Chapter 15-17. However, Wang Tao's appearance forced him to give up. It was obvious Wang Tao was sent by Li Hong to protect Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Although he was confident he could defeat Wang Tao, he did not have the confidence to kill him. After all, they were both at the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Unless the disparity in their strength was too great, nobody would dare to say they could kill each other. Moreover, even if he was confident he could kill Wang Tao, Li Hong would definitely suspect him when he returned and learned about Wang Tao's death. There were not many people in the moon illumination sect's surrounding area who could kill Wang Tao. It was not difficult for him to suspect him. Killing Wang Tao was completely different from killing Feng Hui. Anyone above the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage would be able to kill Feng Hui. Thank you, Deacon Wang. Feng Hui sighed in relief when he saw Lu Huan leaving just like that. He quickly thanked Wang Tao. You don't have to thank me. I was just asked to do this. Wang Tao replied nonchalantly, and left as soon as his words left his mouth. Naturally, he did not really leave. Instead, he hid at the side and secretly protected Feng Hui. On the other hand, the more Lu Huan thought about it after he left, the angrier he became. Damn it! Li Hong, that old man, is such a busybody. At this moment, a sense of helplessness rose in Lu Huan's heart. It was as though Li Hong had predicted every move he made. It made him feel extremely aggrieved. I hope the people from Mountainshade Black Market can seize this opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian in one fell swoop during the hunting assessment. Once Duan Lingtian is dead, Li Hong won't be able to target me anymore. Lu Huan thought to himself. Moreover, from today onward, any disciple I, Lu Huan, except must swear on the lightning penalty oath that they'll never betray me. If they don't swear, I won't accept them no matter how high their innate talent is. Lu Huan was annoyed when he recalled Su Qi, whom he had just killed, and Zhou Qi, whom he had killed earlier. He really felt like he was the unluckiest person in his 8 lifetimes. The 2 direct disciples he had accepted consecutively had betrayed him in the end. Due to this reason, he made up his mind. Whoever wanted to acknowledge him as their master would have to swear on the lightning penalty oath first. When Lu Huan returned to the moon illumination sect gloomily, Duan Lingtian had also killed many wild beasts in the mountainous forest. Even though he had killed quite a number of savage beasts, his robes were still bright and clean. It was as if killing the savage beasts was nothing to him. Actually, it wasn't that difficult. Putting aside the fact that he could defeat opponents with a higher cultivation base than him, just based on his current cultivation base at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, it was almost impossible to find a wild beast that was a match for him in this mountain forest. Even if there are Mastery Saint Realm wild beasts here, I'm afraid there aren't many of them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Along the way, he had only killed a few dozen intermediate Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. Most of them were early Saint Realm wild beasts, several hundred of them. Perhaps it had heard Duan Lingtian's thoughts. But as he continued to walk forward, a deafening beast roar sounded. It was like a clap of thunder, as if it wanted to tear apart Duan Lingtian's eardrums. Is this a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast? When Duan Lingtian heard the beast's roar that sounded like a sonic attack, he was shocked. Soon after, he saw a gigantic beast the size of a small hill charging toward him. Wherever it passed, the ground would tremble as though the earth was quaking and the mountains were shaking. Wherever the gigantic beast passed, the trees would collapse one after another. Huge footprints would appear on the ground one after another. Each of the footprints was like a huge pit. Good timing. In the face of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast that was charging at him menacingly, not only was Duan Lingtian not afraid, but he even went up to it. At this moment, a gush of vast true energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and transformed into a gigantic hammer in the air in just a blink of an eye. It fell like a meteor and slammed hard on the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast in front of him. It was a wild beast that looked very similar to a gorilla. Roar! In the face of Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated weapon technique, the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast opened its bloody mouth and roared loudly. The terrifying sound wave formed a sound wave attack in an instant, causing clear ripples to appear in the air. As the sound wave rolled out, The gigantic hammer that Duan Lingtian had condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon technique seemed to have hit a cotton ball. It advanced rapidly before it was squeezed out. In the end, it was even defeated. What a powerful sonic attack. Upon seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was shocked. He did not expect his true energy consolidated weapon technique would be defeated by the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage Wild Beast's roar. In fact, the gigantic hammer that he had condensed with his true energy consolidated weapon technique was able to kill an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage Wild Beast with a single strike. Good. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Facing the powerful strength displayed by the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage Wild Beast, Duan Lingtian was not afraid. Instead, his eyes lit up as he raised his hand and took out a heavy sword. It was none other than the 1,000 heavy sword. Roar! At the same time, the wild beast roared again as it lifted its boulder-like fists and smashed them toward Duan Lingtian. A deafening sound of wind and thunder resounded in the air as it passed by. Good. Facing the pair of giant cannonball-like iron fists of the wild beast, Duan Lingtian laughed and swung the 1,000 heavy sword in his hand to meet the wild beast head-on. It was as if one man could hold the pass against 10,000. Heavy as Mount Tai, Duan Lingtian seemed to be particularly excited as he shouted the name of his next move. The 1,000 heavy sword in his hand slammed down like a collapsing mountain towards the pair of iron fists of the wild beast. Pung! Pung! Accompanied by two deafening noises, Duan Lingtian's 1,000 heavy sword collided with the pair of iron fists of the wild beast. True Qi collided, causing waves of Qi waves to appear in the air as they continuously pressed against each other. The waves of air surged and set off a series of thunderous explosions. Gusts of raging wind swept out and blew gravel and trees in the surrounding area. It was as if a strong typhoon had set off. Roar! The wild beast roared and took a step back. When it looked at Duan Lingtian again, its eyes that were as big as a gong were not only red, but there was also a hint of fear in them. Although the wild beast did not have the intelligence of a saint beast, it had its own survival instinct to survive in a harsh environment. Duan Lingtian blocked its fists with his sword. At this moment, it regarded Duan Lingtian as a strong enemy. Just when Duan Lingtian saw the fear in the wild beast's eyes and thought it would retreat in the face of difficulties, a shocking scene appeared. Dong! 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 Along with the sound of drums, the savage beast was beating its own chest with its fists. Its crazy appearance was exactly the same as that of a gorilla. There was no difference at all. If there was a difference, it would be the size of the wild beast. It was several times bigger than a gorilla. Has it gone mad? Just when Duan Lingtian thought the wild beast in front of him had gone mad, a shocking scene appeared. As the wild beast kept hitting its chest with its fists, a blood-red mist appeared from its heart. It spread all over its body and merged with every pore on its body. The blood-red mist continued to grow. In the end, the wild beast's body seemed to be covered by a layer of blood-red energy. On top of the blood-red energy, one could vaguely see a blood-red lightning flashing. What's this? Duan Lingtian was completely shocked by the scene in front of him. What was going on? Could it be berserk? In the blink of an eye, a thought suddenly appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The reason why such a thought popped up in his mind was because he recalled the berserk mongrel rodent clan. They were a clan that was good at berserk. Once they went berserk, their strength would increase tremendously. It was extremely terrifying. Roar! The wild beast that was shrouded in blood-red energy seemed to have transformed into an invincible god of war at this moment. It roared at Duan Lingtian. The sound waves rolled in the air and continued to compress and explode, creating a thunderous sound. It's really become stronger. Even Duan Lingtian felt a little uncomfortable with the sound waves. It was obviously on a different level from the previous sound waves. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian did not dare to hesitate. He infused his true energy into the 1,000 sword in his hand and activated the 2-star saint inscription, the 1,000 saint inscription. When the wild beast swung its fists at him again, he met it head-on. Heavy as Mount Tai, It was the same sword, but due to the power of the Thousand Catty Saint inscription, it became even more terrifying. However, this terrifying sword was actually repelled by the wild beast's iron fists. Not only that, but it also caused Duan Lingtian's hand to go numb. A faint trace of blood could be seen on his hand. Although he did not bleed, it was enough to shock Duan Lingtian. His body was different from an ordinary human's body. Even the five-clawed divine dragons who were at the same level as him among the dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land could not compare to him in terms of body strength. Even so, the web between his thumb and index finger was still slightly cracked from the impact. Roar! Duan Lingtian's sword was repelled, and the wild beast's iron fists also changed its direction and landed on empty air. However, it quickly regained its senses and swung its iron fists at Duan Lingtian again. It was as though it would not stop until it killed Duan Lingtian. "I'm not going to play with you anymore." With a raised brow, Duan Lingtian's true energy swept out from his chi-si and flowed into his hands through his 99 saint veins. At the same time, he casually put away the Thousand Catty sword and clenched his fists. He was actually going to meet the wild beast's fists head-on. If someone was here, they would definitely think Duan Lingtian was overestimating himself. Even his sword was defeated by the wild beast after it had gone berserk. He actually dared to fight the wild beast with his bare hands. He was simply seeking death. However, what they did not know was that Duan Lingtian had also used his brute strength in this punch. Chapter 15:18. Bang! A loud bang reverberated in the air. It shook the air so much that it seemed to distort slightly. Ripples that could be seen clearly spread out. Bang! Another loud bang reverberated in the air. Even the birds that were hundreds of meters away were frightened and fled in all directions. At the same time, two clouds of blood mist exploded in the air. It was as though a small blood rain was falling. It was the wild beast that had gone berserk. Its iron fists were smashed by Duan Lingtian's fists. Roar! The wild beast shrieked in agony when its iron fists were gone. Its survival instinct urged it to turn around and flee immediately. At this moment in its eyes, Duan Lingtian, this little thing, was no different from a devil. Right now, it only wanted to get as far away from Duan Lingtian as possible. This feeling of fighting fire with fire is really good. It feels so good. Duan Lingtian grinned and laughed heartily as he looked at his fists that seemed to be wearing a pair of golden gloves at some unknown time. Earlier, when his fists were about to collide with the wild beast's iron fists, he had cast the golden shirt that he had cultivated to the highest stage, the impeccable stage, in time to strengthen his physical strength again. It was precisely because of this that he could easily smash the pair of iron fists of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast that had gone berserk. In this hunting assessment, the points of a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast will definitely be more than the points of an intermediate Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. Duan Lingtian did not doubt this at all. With a raise of his hand, Duan Lingtian took out the sun-shooting bow at lightning speed. He raised his hand and shot an arrow out. The true energy arrow that contained the penetration saint inscription easily pierced through the wild beast that was only focused on fleeing and killed it. To him, the wild beast was the equivalent of points. Boom! The wild beast's huge body crashed to the ground. Duan Lingtian chased after it in time and left his name on the wild beast's body. This meant he was the one who killed the wild beast. As long as he left his mark, he did not have to worry about a second person leaving his name behind to claim it. This was because the traces left behind one after the other could be seen from the degree of drying of the bloodstains. While Duan Lingtian was leaving his name on the body of the savage beast, he did not know that a black figure was hiding in the leaves of a large tree not far away. His body seems to be. The figure was curvaceous, and it was obvious that it was a woman. Moreover, it was a woman with a great figure. Now, the woman's exposed pair of autumn eyes flickered with excitement. Found it! I finally found it! Not only was her gaze excited, but her heart was also very excited, as if Duan Lingtian was her old acquaintance and lover. He's Duan Lingtian? Soon, the woman with a hot figure, who was covered in black clothes and only revealed a pair of exposed autumn eyes, came back to her senses and murmured. A harmless-looking purple sparrow was perched on her shoulder. Although the purple sparrow seemed to be very quiet, the gleam in its eyes as it stared at Duan Lingtian showed that it was not calm at all. This woman was none other than the Mountainshade Black Market's quasi-4-star assassin, Qi Mei. He must know her, he must know her. Moreover, their relationship is not ordinary. Otherwise, her aura wouldn't be so strong on him. Qi Mei had just calmed down when she sensed the barely detectable aura on Duan Lingtian's body. She said with certainty. At the same time, she moved and hovered in the air in front of Duan Lingtian. She looked at Duan Lingtian calmly, as though she was trying to see if there was anything special about Duan Lingtian. Who are you? Naturally, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to not notice such a big living person. He reacted immediately, and his expression changed. Mountainshade Black Market Qi Mei. Qi Mei hovered in the air and replied nonchalantly. If the other assassins from the Mountainshade Black Market heard Qi Mei's words, they would definitely be shocked. This was because as far as they knew, Qi Mei would not speak nonsense when she made a move, let alone reveal her identity. In fact, almost all of the Mountainshade Black Market's assassins had sworn on the lightning penalty oath, so it was almost impossible for them to reveal their identities. If the other assassins from the Mountainshade Black Market saw that Qi Mei was not killed by the lightning penalty of the 99 Heavenly Tribulation after revealing her identity, they would be even more shocked. This was because this meant that Qi Mei did not swear on the oath at all. Without the oath, she was not considered a real assassin of the Mountainshade Black Market. However, Qi Mei was indeed an assassin of the Mountainshade Black Market. In this case, there was only one possibility. Someone had used his authority to make Qi Mei an assassin of the Mountainshade Black Market, without her swearing on the lightning penalty oath. Such a person would usually be a person who held great authority in the Mountainshade Black Market. In the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in the 9-Sect Alliances district, only the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch could use his authority to do such a thing. Mountainshade Black Market? Upon hearing the pleasant female voice, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. However, he was not surprised by the fact that the other party was a woman. Based on the black-clad person's graceful figure, it was not difficult to tell that she was a woman with a hot body. When he first saw this woman, he even had the urge to remove the veil on her face. It was not that he was a pervert, but it was his first reaction as a man. The woman's figure was too perfect. It was so perfect that it could move anyone. She was not inferior to his two fiancés at all. However, when the woman revealed her identity, Duan Lingtian's expression changed again. The Mountainshade Black Market had actually sent someone again. Before this, he had learned from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, that once the Mountainshade Black Market's assassin failed, the mission would either be cancelled, or they would send a more powerful assassin to continue the mission. In other words, the assassin in front of him was even more powerful than the black-robed man from before. That black-robed man was one of the best among those at the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage. If the other party was not a devil cultivator, it would be impossible for him to kill him. However, the woman in front of him was even more powerful than that person. At this moment, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Although his strength had increased tremendously, and his cultivation base had entered the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, he could only defeat opponents who were at a higher level than him, even if he used all of his techniques. He could only fight with ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators. If he encountered someone whose strength was comparable to the black-robed man, and was not a devil cultivator, he would definitely not be a match for him. However, the woman in front of him with a hot body and a young voice was obviously more powerful than the black-robed man. How could he be a match for her? I can only hope that she's a devil cultivator as well. Duan Lingtian prayed silently in his heart. This was the only way he could escape this calamity. At the same time, he took out a jade token and crushed it. This jade token was given to him by Zhonghua, the vice-sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect. He could crush it when he was in danger as a warning. The moment Duan Lingtian crushed the jade token, a streak of light shot up into the sky. However, It was destroyed by an invisible force before it could even reach the sky above the forest. It did not serve as a warning at all. Swoosh. Upon seeing this, horror dawned on Duan Lingtian's face. He stared at the black-clad woman in front of him in shock and asked, "Why, you're a saint stage powerhouse?" He had heard from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, that even an eminent saint stage powerhouse would not be able to block the warning from the jade token in his hand. "If I'm not a saint stage powerhouse, do you think I'll be able to block the warning from your jade token that's inscribed with a 3-star saint inscription?" The woman spoke again. Her pleasant voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, but it was like a death sentence. She doesn't seem to be a devil cultivator. Although Duan Lingtian did not know how the woman in front of him made her move earlier, he was certain she must have made a move. Even if she did not make a move herself, she must have used her territory. However, even then, the Devil Seal tablet in his spatial ring did not react at all. Since the Devil Seal tablet did not react, it meant the other party was not a devil cultivator, and he could not use the Devil Seal tablet to deal with her. "She's not a devil cultivator, she's not a devil cultivator. What should I do now?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian was burning with anxiety. How was he going to fight against a saint stage powerhouse who was not a devil cultivator? Although he was burning with anxiety, he was not someone who would sit there and wait for death. He raised his hand and grabbed the sun shooting bow tightly, ready to make a move at any moment. "Ha!" At this moment, Chi Mei exclaimed softly as she stared at Duan Lingtian's hand. "Your bow doesn't seem to be an ordinary saint weapon." As Chi Mei raised her hand, Duan Lingtian felt his entire body being bound by an invisible force, causing him to be unable to move at all. He could only watch as the sun-shooting bow was taken away and fell into Chi Mei's hands. "This material?" Chi Mei's eyes lit up as she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Where did you get this bow from?" "I picked it up." When Duan Lingtian realized that his life was in the hands of this black-clad lady, he could not break free from the invisible force that was binding him, even though he had exerted all his strength. When he heard her question, he immediately replied in a huff. At this moment, he also realized that something was amiss. If the other party was really an assassin from the Mountainshade Black Market, by right, she would not have wasted so much time talking to him. Moreover, she did not reveal any killing intent from the beginning until the end. However, Duan Lingtian did not know that he was not the only one who was puzzled. Even if the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in the 9-sect alliances was here, he would also be dumbfounded if he saw Chi Mei like this. This was because the Chi Mei he knew was completely different from the person he knew. "What? Do you think I'll covet your things?" Chi Mei smiled lightly. With a lift of her hand, not only did she untie the binding on Duan Lingtian, but she also returned the sun-shooting bow to him. This made Duan Lingtian a little puzzled. "Since you're an assassin from the Mountainshade Black Market, shouldn't you be here to kill me?" "I'm here to kill you." Chi Mei nodded. Chapter 15:19. "Of course it's easy to kill you, but I'm very interested in you now. Don't worry. After today, the Mountainshade Black Market will cancel the mission to kill you." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Chi Mei's unhurried reply made Duan Lingtian a little puzzled. "Don't tell me I'm so charming that this woman has taken a fancy to me?" When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a chill run down his spine. Although the woman in front of him had a great figure, who knew what her face looked like under the cover? Perhaps she was an ugly freak? However, in the next moment, Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was because Chi Mei had removed the cover on her face without any warning, revealing her true appearance. Her shoulder-length black hair cascaded down like a waterfall. Her pair of autumn eyes were like the two brightest stars in the night sky. Her jade-like nose was slightly straight, her small lips were rosy, and her perfect lines outlined a peerless face that was capable of causing the downfall of nations. On this beautiful face that seemed to have been carefully sculpted, there was not a single flaw to be found. Everything was so perfect. However, when Duan Lingtian saw Chi Mei's peerless face, it was as though he had seen a ghost. He stood rooted to the ground and was dumbstruck. You. When Chi Mei saw the shock on Duan Lingtian's face, a hint of realization flashed in the depths of her eyes. It seemed like everything was as she had guessed. He was indeed related to the person she had been looking for. Moreover, their relationship was not shallow. Otherwise, it was impossible for his body to have such a strong aura that belonged to that person. At this moment, nobody could understand Duan Lingtian's feelings. Duan Lingtian's emotions were surging, and he could not calm down for a long time. As he looked at Qi Mei, his eyes flashed with bewilderment, reminiscence, and gentleness. His gaze became more and more complicated. The reason why Duan Lingtian felt this way was because Qi Mei's face was not unfamiliar to him. Of course, although the face in his memory was almost exactly the same as the face in front of him, it had a bit more of a pretty girl from a humble family. That's right. The Qi Mei standing before Duan Lingtian now had a devastatingly beautiful face that was identical to Duan Lingtian's fiancée Ke. No matter which part of the face it was exactly the same. There was no difference. However, although they looked exactly the same, Duan Lingtian had never thought that she was Ke. Qi Mei's temperament was completely different from Ke's. Ke's temperament was as gentle as jade, but this Qi Mei's temperament faintly revealed a trace of coldness, exuding an aura that repelled people thousands of miles away. At this moment, Duan Lingtian wondered if Ke and the person in front of him were twins. But in an instant he suppressed this thought. This was because it was almost impossible. Qi Mei was an assassin from the mountain-shade black market in the Dao Martial Saint Land. She was a saint stage powerhouse. Ke, on the other hand, was born in a remote place on the mortal continent. She had walked out of Fresh Breeze Town with him. It was impossible for her to be related to Qi Mei. Moreover, when he first met Ke was planning to sell herself to bury her mother. He had never heard Ke mention that her mother was not her biological mother. Tell me, what do you want? Duan Lingtian suppressed the thousands of questions in his heart and asked in a deep voice. Qi Mei was an assassin from the mountain-shade black market. But based on her words, not only did she not want to kill him, but she even wanted the mountain-shade black market to cancel the mission to kill him. This made him vaguely feel that something was not right. Logically speaking, he had nothing to do with her, so there was no need for her to do this. There must be something fishy about this. Duan Lingtian had always believed this. What? You're a big man, and you're afraid of a little girl like me? Qi Mei asked with a faint smile as the corner of her lips curled up into a perfect arc. Qi Mei's peerless beauty, coupled with her devilish talent, was enough to arouse the desire in the depths of any man's heart. However, Duan Lingtian did not have any desire at this moment. Instead, he was on guard. I believe you won't dismiss the idea of killing me for no reason, and you even want the mountain-shade black market to cancel the mission to kill me. Duan Lingtian said. For no reason? Of course there's no reason. Qi Mei said indifferently. Before I met you, I, Qi Mei, have never let anyone live when I make a move. You're the first. Should I feel honored then? Duan Lingtian smiled self-mockingly and asked. Tell me, what's the reason? Not only did you not make a move on me, but you even want to help me? Reason? What if I say it's because I find you pleasing to the eye? Qi Mei smiled. Qi Mei's words caused Duan Lingtian to feel a chill run down his spine. Who knew if this woman who did not look older than him was an old witch who had lived for a few hundred years? Perhaps, in terms of seniority, she was old enough to be his grandmother's grandmother. Fortunately, Qi Mei did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. Otherwise, she would have slapped him to death. I believe we'll meet again in the future. Qi Mei took a deep look at Duan Lingtian. Before Duan Lingtian could return to his senses, Qi Mei had already left. She had completely disappeared before his eyes without a trace. Who is she? Great confusion arose in Duan Lingtian's heart. An assassin from the mountain-shade black market who looks exactly like Ke. She was originally here to kill me, but she changed her mind at the last minute and wants to help me cancel the mission. Duan Lingtian's thoughts gradually became clearer at this moment. Naturally, he would not be so arrogant to think that she did not kill him because she found him pleasing to the eye. As an assassin from the mountain-shade black market, she was a cold-blooded person. It was impossible for her to stop because of such a ridiculous reason. No matter how I think about it, there's only one reason. It's because of Ke. However, Even if she's really related to Kerr, how would she know about the relationship between Kerr and me? Don't tell me she's been hiding in the dark all this time when Kerr and I were together? If she's been hiding in the dark all this time, she should be protecting Kerr. Why would she follow me? Moreover, even if she's following me, there's no need for her to expose herself in front of me, right? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. I guess I'll have to ask Kerr when I return. However, Kerr has already told me about her in the past. She didn't mention that she has a relative in this world. Since he could not figure it out, Duan Lingtian no longer thought about it. His mind returned to the hunting trial. As time went by, the hunting trial finally came to an end. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was ranked first in the results. How can Duan Lingtian have so many points? It's 10 times more than the person in second place. Even if he killed all the wild beasts he encountered, it's impossible for him to have so many points, right? The group of inner court disciples did not object to Duan Lingtian being ranked first in the hunting trial. They had long heard about how monstrous Duan Lingtian was. However, Duan Lingtian's results made all of them suspicious. All of them felt that there was an element of cheating. Duan Lingtian remained calm in the face of the group of inner court disciples' doubts. He was not bothered by it at all. Duan Lingtian's points are so high because he killed the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast, the Berserk giant ape. At this moment, an inner court elder who had been looking at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze could not help but speak up when he heard the group of inner court disciples whispering among themselves. As soon as he spoke, another inner court elder smiled wryly. It was obvious he knew this as well. Bai Li Hong's face was calm. He did not seem surprised at all. Zheng Hua, the vice-sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. His expression kept changing. No one knew what he was thinking about. Berserk giant ape? When the inner court elder spoke, the group of inner court disciples were completely stunned. They were no strangers to the Berserk giant ape. It was a famous existence among the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. Once it went berserk, its strength would far surpass wild beasts of the same level. It was known as the Slaughterer among the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts. However, such a wild beast was killed by Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the group of inner court disciples shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian in unison. Their gazes were filled with shock, disbelief, doubt, and surprise. No matter what, Duan Lingtian had become the center of attention at this moment. Since the Berserk giant ape was killed after it went berserk, the points awarded for killing it will be doubled. That's why Duan Lingtian's result is so different from all of you. I'm sure all of you know that the points awarded for killing a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast will be doubled. Another inner court elder said. At this moment, the group of inner court disciples no longer said anything even though they had mixed feelings. Just like that, the Moon Illumination sect's annual hunting assessment ended. Duan Lingtian had also obtained the honor of being the first to enter the sect's storehouse. Although most of the items in the sect's storehouse were covered in dust, making it difficult for ordinary people to identify them, one had to admit that there were many treasures in there. Naturally, most of them were just scrap metal. However, even so, Duan Lingtian was still looking forward to the sect's storehouse. He had a feeling that he would be able to find something good in there. On the way back to the Moon Illumination sect, the group of inner court disciples looked at Duan Lingtian with mixed feelings. Every one of them had entered the Moon Illumination sect 5 years ago. However, none of them could compare to Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the sect this year. This made them feel a little uncomfortable. Uncle, I hope you'll really give up on the idea of going against him. Otherwise, you'll really be cutting off your own path of retreat. Hezhong was also looking at Duan Lingtian. His gaze was even more complicated than the other inner court disciples. One could say that he had watched Duan Lingtian grow up step by step. The speed of his growth was so fast that he could only look at him in the dust. The 4 Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials, including Bai Li Hong and Zheng Hua, did not notice him at all. Not far behind them, a black figure was following them at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. It was a graceful lady. Chapter 1520. Follow him. We should be able to find that little girl. The lady following behind the moon illumination sex people was none other than the mountain-shaped black market's assassin, Chi Mei. At this moment, she was looking at Duan Lingtian as she muttered to herself. Zier, I'm going back for a while. Keep a close eye on him. Don't let him leave your sight. Don't let him out of your sight, Chi Mei said to the purple sparrow on her shoulder. All right, sister. The purple sparrow said listlessly. How boring. I thought I could loosen my muscles and bones this time. If you want to loosen your muscles and bones, can't you just find them to play with? However, try not to touch anyone close to him. Chi Mei looked at the group of figures in front of her and said nonchalantly. The moment the purple sparrow heard that, it was as though it had been injected with chicken blood. It instantly became energetic as it urged Chi Mei. Sister, you should go back now. Compared to the previous purple sparrow, the current purple sparrow was like a completely different bird. Chi Mei shook her head and did not say anything else. She disappeared into the air immediately. In just a blink of an eye, she had already flown far away in the direction of the mountain-shaped black market's lair. After Chi Mei left, the purple sparrow's eyes gleamed brightly. It flapped its wings and shot toward the moon illumination sex people like a bolt of purple lightning. Whoosh! The ear-piercing sound of the wind whistling caused the moon illumination sex people to feel as though they were facing a formidable enemy. What's that? At this moment, everyone felt a gigantic shadow looming over their heads like a black cloud, blocking the sunlight that was supposed to shine on them. When they lifted their heads, they were shocked to see a gigantic purple sparrow flying above them. At this very moment, there was a huge purple bird floating in the air. Its sharp eyes were firmly staring at the group of people. The gigantic purple sparrow spread its wings. It was like a cloud in the sky, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Bai Li Hong, Zhonghua, and the other two moon illumination sect's inner court elders looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy. The group of moon illumination sect's inner court disciples, including Duan Lingtian, had a horrified expression on their faces. A voice transmission entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Brat, is there anyone in your group that you hate? This was the content of the voice transmission. Who are you? Duan Lingtian heard a woman's voice and looked around. But he couldn't find the source of the real Qi sound transmission. You're really silly. Can't you see me when you look up? The voice sounded again, and for a moment, Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck. After a long while, he came back to his senses. You're this big bird? What big bird or small bird? It's so unpleasant to hear. Listen carefully. This young lady is a super holy beast, the purple cloud thunder rock, not some big bird. The giant purple bird transmitted its voice again, its tone filled with dissatisfaction. Super Saint Beast Purple Cloud Thunder Rock? Duan Lingtian was slightly shocked in his heart when he heard the violet-colored enormous bird. And only then did he seriously size it up. He noticed that it was really similar to a rock, yet there was a huge difference. Shockingly, there was a single golden horn on its head. If she hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known that she was a female bird. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Boy, I'm asking you a question. Is there anyone in your group that you hate? The Purple Cloud Thunder Rock continued to ask. Although Duan Lingtian had no idea why the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock asked this question, he instinctively looked at Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect. Even he had no idea why. Perhaps it was because Zhonghua had always been hostile toward him, and it made him feel annoyed. You must be a saint beast, right? May I know why you're blocking our way? Zhonghua took a step forward and cupped his hands together as he asked the giant purple bird. Although he could not recognize the giant purple bird, the aura that was faintly emitted from the giant purple bird made him feel pressured. The only thing that could make an eminent saint stage powerhouse like him feel pressured was a powerful being who had already entered the saint stage. The reason he thought the giant purple bird was a saint beast was because the aura of a saint beast was very different from a wild beast. However, the giant purple bird in front of him was obviously not a wild beast without intelligence. This could be seen from its bright eyes. Can't I just do nothing? The giant purple bird, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock, spoke in human language and said lazily. At once, the corner of Zhonghua's mouth twitched violently. What kind of reason was this? Bai Li Hong and the other two inner court disciples, as well as the other inner court disciples other than Duan Lingtian, were dumbfounded. Although Duan Lingtian was not dumbfounded, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch when he heard the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock's words. When Duan Lingtian saw the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock staring at Zhonghua, he knew Zhonghua was going to be in trouble. At this moment, he could not help but wonder if he had tricked Zhonghua earlier. Before Duan Lingtian could finish his thought, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock's wings flapped violently. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two purple ripples spread out with its wings as the center. Wherever the purple ripples passed, the air seemed to have stopped. At the same time, apart from Zhonghua, the group of Moon Illumination Sect's people, including Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong, were pushed back by the purple ripples. In just a blink of an eye, they had retreated 100 meters away. When they regained their senses, only the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock and Zhonghua were left in the distance. You'll be the one to help me loosen up my muscles. The Purple Cloud Thunder Rock hovered in the air and looked down at Zhonghua as it said lazily. Upon hearing the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock's words, Zhonghua's vision turned black and he almost fainted. Previously, he had only guessed the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock was a saint beast that had entered the saint stage. However, now that he had witnessed the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock's technique, he was 100% certain it was a saint stage saint beast. A saint stage saint beast wanted him to loosen up its muscles? Wouldn't he break all his bones then? Senior, I'm Zhonghua, the vice sect leader of Moon Illumination Sect. If I've offended you in any way, please let me know. I'll sincerely apologize to you, Zhonghua said to the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock with a bitter expression. At this moment, he hoped the saint stage saint beast would let him go for the sake of the Moon Illumination Sect. However, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock's next words made Zhonghua's face turn even paler. Moon Illumination Sect? I've never heard of it. As for you, you didn't offend me. I just want you to loosen up my muscles. Don't worry, I won't kill you. The Purple Cloud Thunder Rock shook its head and said nonchalantly. The moment its words left its mouth, it seemed to have transformed into a purple hurricane that swept towards Zhonghua. In the distance, Duan Lingtian and the group of Moon Illumination Sect's inner court disciples only saw the purple hurricane sweeping past before Zhonghua disappeared. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that Zhonghua did not disappear. It was because his speed was too fast that they could not see him clearly. Saint Stage Saint Beast. At this moment, whether it was Bai Li Hong or the other two inner court elders, all of them had a wry smile on their faces. They could vaguely see the swift figure in front of them. They could not bear to look at Zhonghua's miserable state. Naturally, they did not dare to help him. If the Saint Stage Saint Beast was unhappy and wanted them to loosen up its muscles as well, would they not die in vain? At this moment, even Bai Li Hong was thankful that the Saint Stage Saint Beast had chosen Zhonghua and not him. Otherwise, wouldn't his old bones be torn apart? Bai Li Hong thought the Saint Stage Saint Beast had chosen Zhonghua by coincidence. If he knew the reason the Saint Stage Saint Beast wanted Zhonghua to loosen up its muscles was because of Duan Lingtian, who knew what kind of expression he would have. Saint Stage Saint Beast? Duan Lingtian's face turned solemn. Only now did he know the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock was a Saint Stage Saint Beast. When he recalled the voice transmission the Saint Stage Saint Beast had sent him earlier, he was confused. Why would this fella ask him who he hated? Moreover, he had only glanced at Zhonghua instinctively, and Zhonghua was in trouble. It was as though the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock was helping him vent his anger. He had never seen this Purple Cloud Thunder Rock before. In fact, this was his first time seeing a saint beast like this. Moreover, it was a Saint Stage Saint Beast. What kind of luck am I in today? It's only been a day, and I've met two Saint Stage powerhouses consecutively. I wonder if there's any relationship between them? Even Duan Lingtian did not know why, but when he thought about it, he actually connected the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock in front of him with Chi Mei, the Mountainshade Black Market's assassin, who had appeared earlier. You're so useless. Forget it. I'm not going to play with you anymore. I'll follow you back to the Moon Illumination sect and play with the strongest person in the sect. It'll be more fun that way. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others heard the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock's voice. Subsequently, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock and Zhonghua appeared at the same time. The Purple Cloud Thunder Rock was in high spirits and did not look any different from before. However, Zhonghua looked as though he had been tortured. Apart from the bruises all over his body, his robe was also torn. Not only that, but he was also standing in the air with all his might. His body was swaying as though he would fall at any time. Although he was battered and exhausted, Zhonghua still sighed in relief. Master! At this moment, He Zhong rushed forward in time to support Zhonghua. When he looked at the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. Let's go. I'll follow all of you back to the Moon Illumination sect. When the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect heard the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock's words, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock's body swayed and transformed into a purple-clad young girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old in just a blink of an eye. Her delicate face had a hint of childishness, as though it was carved out of jade. However, she was still a beauty. However, nobody paid attention to her appearance after she transformed into a human. They were all shocked by her domineering behavior earlier. She appeared out of thin air and said she was looking for someone to loosen her muscles. Then the vice-sect leader of the Moon Illumination sect, Zhonghua, was unlucky. Chapter 1521. The group of people from the Moon Illumination sect had fear on their faces when they saw the purple-clad young lady who looked harmless. Nobody dared to get close to her. They could only smile wryly when they heard that she wanted to follow them back to the Moon Illumination sect. How should I address you, young lady? Bai Li Hong took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face as he looked at the purple-clad young lady. Zier, the purple-clad young lady replied. At the same time, she winked at Duan Lingtian, rendering Duan Lingtian speechless. I don't think I know her. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was getting more and more curious about the purple-clad young lady's identity. I wonder if she has anything to do with Qi Mei. If she doesn't, then this is too much of a coincidence. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Why did you help me earlier? Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the purple-clad young lady through voice transmission. Because you're the only one who's wearing purple among this group of people. The purple-clad young lady's reply rendered Duan Lingtian speechless. Just because of this you're helping me? Duan Lingtian really did not know what to say. Initially, he thought the purple-clad young lady had something to do with Qi Mei. After all, she had taken the initiative to communicate with him through voice transmission as soon as she appeared. However, he finally realized the reason she took the initiative to communicate with him was because of this. This was because he was also wearing purple like her. Indeed, he was the only one who was wearing purple among the group of people from the Moon Illumination sect. He only wore purple. No matter if it was his past life or present life, he had a special liking for the color purple. Oh, it's young lady Zier. Bai Li Hong did not notice the young lady winking at Duan Lingtian, since he did not dare to look at her directly. After all, she was a saint beast. Young lady Zier. At this moment, the other two inner court elders of the Moon Illumination sect also bowed at the young lady respectfully. They were afraid they would offend her if they were not polite enough. When the group of inner court disciples saw the three inner court elders bowing at the young lady, naturally, the group of inner court disciples did not dare to slack off. Even Zhonghua, who was beaten up badly by the young lady, also bowed at the young lady together with He Zhong after his injuries had recovered slightly. Although he had lost face, Zhonghua did not hold any grudges. What a joke! This was a Saint Realm holy beast. Even if he had stepped into the Saint Realm, he might not necessarily be a match for her. Not to mention that he was just a half-step Saint Realm expert. Since she dared to make a fuss about going to the Moon Illumination sect, it was obvious she was confident in her own strength. Otherwise, she would not have acted so rashly. Junior brother. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was the only one who didn't bow to the girl, Bai Li Hong's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly reminded him. At this moment the others also noticed this scene. Miss Zier. When Duan Lingtian saw the anxiety on Bai Li Hong's face, he was moved. In order not to make him worry, he nodded at the girl in purple and greeted her. Seeing how casual Duan Lingtian was, Bai Li Hong's expression changed again. On the other hand, the others, including vice sect leader Zhonghua, were more or less gloating over Duan Lingtian's misfortune. However, what the young girl did next made them completely dumbfounded. You're not bad. You have good taste just like me. Both of you like to wear purple. Purple is the most beautiful color in the world. As for green, it's really ugly. The girl nodded at Duan Lingtian with a smile. Then, she looked at Zhonghua, who was dressed in green, and frowned. How can there be such a bad taste in this world? He actually wears green. Everyone was speechless at once. Wearing purple means he has good taste. Wearing green means he has bad taste. Upon hearing the girl's words, the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. It turned out the girl was targeting Zhonghua not only because he had glanced at Zhonghua, but also because of the green robe he was wearing. At this moment, the others finally regained their senses. At this moment, everyone's gaze landed on Zhonghua. There was a hint of pity in their eyes. When Zhonghua heard the girl's words, he almost threw up blood. In his heart, he had already made up his mind to burn all of the green clothes when he returned this time. Now he finally understood why the girl would target him. As it turned out, it was because he was wearing green, and the girl happened to hate the color green. The dignified vice sect leader of Moon Illumination sect was beaten up by a saint beast, just because he was wearing the wrong clothes. The inner court disciples present on the scene seemed to have expected the commotion this news would cause when it was spread to the sect. Nobody was surprised that the girl liked purple. After all, her true form, the giant purple bird, was covered in purple feathers. On the other hand, the fact that the young girl hated green made everyone feel that Zhonghua was unlucky to have bumped into her. At this moment, it was not only Zhonghua. Even Bai Li Hong and the others were already thinking to throw their green clothes away as soon as they returned to the sect. Otherwise, they would cause trouble sooner or later. Zhonghua was a good example of this. At this moment, even Zhonghua did not expect what he had experienced today would be passed down in the Moon Illumination sect for many years. It would even be talked about frequently in the next 100 years. Of course, most of the time, it was just for fun and jokes. This incident would follow Zhonghua for the rest of his life. At the moment he died, he regretted wearing green clothes today. However, all of this was a story for another day. Just like that, the group of people from Moon Illumination sect brought the girl, Zi back to the sect. If they had a choice, naturally, they would not want to bring her back. However, did they even have a choice? When the group of people was about to return to the Moon Illumination sect, Chi-Mei had also returned to the lair of the Mountainshade Black Markets branch in the 9-sect alliances district. As soon as she returned, she went to look for the leader of the Mountainshade Black Markets branch. The leader of the Mountainshade Black Market lived in an independent mansion halfway up the mountain. When Chi-Mei entered the mansion, she was fearless. It was as though she had entered a no-man's land. She directly descended from the sky and landed in the mansion's backyard. As for the formation in the sky above the mansion's backyard, it did not seem to have any effect on her. In the backyard, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance who wore a black robe with golden edges was originally cultivating with his legs crossed. The sudden movement caused him to open his eyes instantly. Naturally, he did not have a pleasant expression on his face when he was woken up by someone. However, when he saw the person who had woken him up, the displeasure on his face disappeared and was replaced with respect. "Miss Mayor." The black-robed middle-aged man suddenly stood up and bowed to Chi-Mei respectfully. The respect he showed in front of Chi-Mei seemed to come from his bones. If the other people in the Mountainshade Black Markets branch saw this, they would definitely be dumbfounded and would find it unbelievable. The leader of the Mountainshade Black Markets branch in the 9-sect alliances district, the person with the highest position in the branch, actually showed such respect in front of the quasi-4-star assassin, Chi-Mei? At this moment, the leader of the Mountainshade Black Markets branch was like a subordinate facing a superior when he faced Chi-Mei. Cancel the mission to kill the Moon Illumination sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian. I still need him, Chi-Mei said indifferently with a cold gaze in front of the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch. Yes. Upon hearing Chi-Mei's words, the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch did not ask for the reason, and agreed immediately. Not only that, after Chi-Mei left, he immediately walked out of the mansion and passed down the order. An hour later, the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in Han River City also received the order. Cancel the mission to kill the Moon Illumination sect's disciple, Duan Lingtian? When Yin Yang received the order, he thought he had heard wrongly. It was only after he confirmed it that he realized he did not hear wrongly. Moreover, the order was personally given by the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch. Did Chi-Mei fail as well? Taiwu frowned. That's possible. Yin Yang nodded. Then, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. However, even if Chi-Mei failed by right, the leader wouldn't have given such an order. Chi-Mei is only a quasi-4-star assassin. There are many 4-star assassins and quasi-5-star assassins in our branch. The leader's strength is comparable to a 5-star assassin. Yin Yang found it strange. Perhaps there's a powerhouse behind Duan Lingtian, and the leader is giving face to that powerhouse. Taiwu guessed. That's the only possibility. Yin Yang nodded. Other than that, he could not think of any other reason. Right now, I'm getting more and more curious about that Duan Lingtian from the Moon Illumination sect. Taiwu's eyes gleamed as he said. With Taiwu's strength, he was definitely a quasi-5-star assassin in the Mountain Shade Black Market. Taiwu, don't act recklessly. This order was personally given by the leader. You should know the leader's temper. Those who disobey his orders will not have a good ending. Yin Yang quickly reminded him when he heard Taiwu's words. Don't worry. I only said that I'm curious about that Duan Lingtian. I don't plan to attack him, Taiwu said. I'm not going to attack him. A hint of dread could be seen in Taiwu's eyes when he thought about the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch. When he had just arrived at the branch, he had defeated most of the Saint Stage powerhouses in the branch. There was only one person who managed to fight him to a draw. However, in the end, the other person made a move and defeated him with just one move. Not only that, but he was also defeated so badly that he did not have any temper at all. The person who defeated him with just one move was none other than the leader of the Mountain Shade Black Market's branch in the 9 Sect Alliance's district. Soon after, Lu Huan's mission in the Mountain Shade Black Market was cancelled. At the same time, Duan Lingtian and the rest had also returned to the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when the young girl whose true form was the Super Saint Beast, the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock, left his sight. Although the young girl was friendly to him, the moment he thought about how she had the strength to easily crush him, he could not help but feel dread in his heart. I wonder if the Saint Realm powerhouses in the sect will be able to subdue her. Chapter 1522. Just as Duan Lingtian was wondering what kind of commotion the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock would cause in the Moon Illumination sect, the Moon Illumination sect was as calm as usual. There was no movement at all. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little disappointed. Initially, he thought he could join in the fun and witness the battle between the Saint Stage powerhouses if the Purple Cloud Thunder Rock caused a commotion in the Moon Illumination sect. However, Duan Lingtian's attention soon shifted elsewhere. This was because the sect's storehouse was about to open. As the person who ranked first in the Moon Illumination sect's inner court's hunting assessment, he was naturally qualified to enter the sect's storehouse and take the most items from there. The ranking of the hunting assessment was directly related to how many items one could take from the sect's storehouse. Junior brother, initially, you're only allowed to take 5 items from the sect's storehouse. However, I've spoken to the sect leader, and he's allowed you to take 10 items from there. He must have spoken to the storehouse elder by now. Bai Li Hong told Duan Lingtian before he headed to the sect's storehouse. Thank you, senior brother. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he thanked Bai Li Hong. If it were not for Bai Li Hong, he would only be able to take 5 items from the sect's storehouse. However, the number of items he could take had doubled now. You don't have to thank me since we're brothers. I'm going to be angry if you continue to be so courteous in the future. Bai Li Hong said with a straight face on purpose. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Go, you have one day. Come and look for me when you return from the sex storehouse. I have something to tell you, Bai Li Hong said. I have something to tell you. All right. Duan Lingtian responded and left for the sex storehouse. The opening of the sex storehouse was divided into a few days. As the person who ranked first in the hunting assessment, he would enter on the first day. He would be given priority to choose the items in the sex storehouse. On the second day, the person who ranked second would enter. And so on and so forth. The sex storehouse was located in the north of the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court. It was located in a remote area. From afar, it looked like a dilapidated mansion. It was apparent that it had gone through a long period of time. The person guarding the sex storehouse was an old man wearing a tattered robe. He looked very inconspicuous. When Duan Lingtian arrived, he was sweeping the floor with a broom. Every time the broom swept out, the dust swept to the side in the same trajectory. What a powerful cultivation! Just this move alone was enough to show that the old man's cultivation was unfathomable, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to turn solemn. Elder. Therefore, when facing the old man, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slight him and respectfully greeted him. Are you Duan Lingtian? The old man slowly lifted his head and looked at Duan Lingtian. However, the broom in his hand did not stop moving. He continued to wave the broom, and the trajectory of the dust was not affected by his distraction at all. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with shock when he saw this. Yes. However, in the face of the old man's question, Duan Lingtian did not dare to slight him. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian noticed that the old man's gaze changed when he looked at him. His originally cloudy eyes lit up all of a sudden. It was this moment that made Duan Lingtian feel like he had nowhere to hide. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like he had no secrets to hide from the old man. Go in. Just when Duan Lingtian was feeling slightly anxious, the old man said nonchalantly, and continued to sweep the floor. As soon as his words left his mouth, the door of the sex storehouse opened without any reason, as though it was opened by itself. Duan Lingtian responded and walked into the sex storehouse. When he passed by the door of the sex storehouse, Duan Lingtian inadvertently glanced at the old man. He noticed that the old man seemed to be walking in the air with every step he took. He looked extremely ethereal. Don't tell me this elder is a saint stage powerhouse? Even Duan Lingtian did not know why such a thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Regardless of whether the old man was a saint stage powerhouse or not, he had left a deep impression on Duan Lingtian. After walking into the sex storehouse, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to contact Hualao, who was inside the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao, see if there's any material here that can be used to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The items in the Moon Illumination Sect's storehouse were passed down from generations to generations. Some of the items were ugly, so the inner court disciples who were lucky enough to enter the storehouse would not choose them. Due to this reason, they had been around for a very long time. With Hualao around, Duan Lingtian was not worried that he would not be able to find any treasures. You can choose 10 items. A voice transmission suddenly entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian immediately recognized the owner of the voice. It was the old man who was sweeping the floor at the door. As expected, with Hualao's golden gaze fiery eyes, Duan Lingtian quickly picked out 7 items. These 7 items were also materials that could be used to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Moreover, they were the best materials that could be found in the sex storehouse. Although there were still many materials that could be used to repair the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, they were far inferior compared to these 7 materials. As for the other 3 items, you can choose those 3. With Hualao's reminder, Duan Lingtian picked up 3 items that looked like compasses. Of course, it only looked like a compass on the outside. The patterns on the surface were worlds apart from a compass. They were completely unrelated. What are these? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. These are formation compasses. Hualao said. Formation compasses? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was his first time hearing this term. What's that? Even if you don't know about formation compasses, You should know about formations, right? Hualao asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was not unfamiliar with formations. When he was on the mortal continent's cloud continent, as someone who had merged with the lifetime of inscription memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he could easily set up an inscription formation. An inscription formation was a type of formation. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, formations were divided into 3 types. The first was Dao Talisman Formation. The second was Saint Inscription Formation. The last type was a combination of Dao Talismans and Saint Inscriptions to complement each other. Among the 3 types of formations, the latter was the best. With this formation compasses, you can directly activate the formation. Hualao said, ordinary formations require a lot of effort to set up, and the person who sets them up must have experience in setting up formations. However, formation compasses rely on the formation compasses. Even those who don't know anything about formations can use the formation compasses to activate the formation. Hualao's words shocked Duan Lingtian, so much that he was stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. Formation compasses? It can activate formations? After regaining his senses, Duan Lingtian had an excited expression on his face. He knew he had found a treasure. However, Hualao's next sentence was like a bucket of cold water that was splashed on his head, causing him to calm down. Although these 3 formation compasses are not bad, they're all damaged and can't be used to set up formations. These were Hualao's exact words. Hualao, since they're damaged, there's no point in taking them. I can only choose 3 things. Don't tell me you really want me to choose these 3 pieces of junk? Duan Lingtian said with a wry smile on his face. Although the formation compasses were very attractive, they were not useful to him because they were damaged and could not be used to set up formations. Who said they're junk? Hualao continued to speak. I can repair these 3 formation compasses. However, 2 of them will take longer to repair because they're more damaged. As for the last one, I'll be able to repair it in 3 months at most. You can repair them? Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up again. If it's an ordinary person, it's naturally impossible for them to be repaired. However, this is a small matter to me. Moreover, these 3 formation discs aren't anything special. Hualao said. It's not a great disc array? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian felt a little discouraged again. Indeed, they're nothing special to me. However, they'll be of great help to you now. Even the Saint Stage powerhouses here might not be able to break the formation contained in these 3 formation compasses. Hualao said again. Even the Saint Stage powerhouses might not be able to break it? Duan Lingtian's current mood was as if he was riding a roller coaster, going down and up. At this moment, he finally remembered Hualao's origin. Although the formation compasses were nothing special to Hualao, it did not mean that they were nothing special in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, even if the formation compasses are in good condition, the strength of the formation compasses depends on the strength of the energy that's injected into it. Hualao continued to say. Duan Lingtian nodded. He could understand this. Just like the inscription formation he set up back on Cloud Continent, the strength of the inscription formation depended on the energy contained in the origin stones used to set it up. Then I'll choose them. Duan Lingtian trusted Hualao, so he took the 3 formation compasses away. They were the only 3 formation compasses in the Moon Illumination Sect's storehouse. Although the 3 formation compasses were placed in an inconspicuous corner, they were placed together. It was obvious that they were collected by the Moon Illumination Sect's seniors. Since he had chosen the items, Duan Lingtian did not plan to stay any longer. He left immediately. Before he left, Duan Lingtian did not forget to greet the old man who was sweeping the floor. The old man did not check his spatial ring at all. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this at all. With the old man's unfathomable cultivation base, even if he did something in the sect's storeroom, he would definitely be discovered immediately. Hualao, do you know what kind of formations are in the 3 formation compasses? On the way back, Duan Lingtian could not suppress his curiosity and asked Hualao. 3 formation compasses. One of the formation compasses can set up an illusory formation while the other two formation compasses can set up an offensive formation and a defensive formation. Chapter 1523. 3 different formations. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. Previously, he was still worried that the formations set up by the 3 formation discs might be the same type of formation. However, it seemed like he was worried for nothing. Hua Lao, what kind of formation is the formation in the formation disc that can be repaired the fastest? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. In his heart, he was slightly anticipating that the array formation would be an offensive array formation. He believed that with his genuine qi, the power of the offensive formation displayed by the formation plate would definitely be far stronger than the power he could display with all his means. Due to this reason, he hoped that the formation in the formation disc that could be repaired the fastest was an offensive formation. Unfortunately, imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. Hallucination formation. Hua Lao's reply disappointed Duan Lingtian. It would have been better if it was a defensive formation. Why did it have to be a hallucination formation? A hallucination formation was similar to the illusory formation on Cloud Continent. It could be used to confuse people. However, when he thought about it again, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. A hallucination formation is not bad as well. It can confuse the enemy. At the critical moment, it can even deal a fatal blow to the enemy. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he was filled with anticipation for the formation disc that would be repaired soon. No matter what, it was a great harvest this time. Duan Lingtian was in a good mood. However, his good mood did not last long. All of this was because Bai Li Hong had told him something after he returned. Teacher was almost killed by Lu Huan. Duan Lingtian's face turned grave as his eyes gleamed fiercely. Lu Huan went after teacher when he realized that he couldn't deal with me? Junior brother, I suspect that Lu Huan was the one who issued the mission to kill you in the Mountainshade Black Market. Bai Li Hong speculated. Indeed, it's possible. Duan Lingtian nodded. The fierceness in his eyes did not diminish as he said in his deep voice. Humph. Initially, I thought Lu Huan would restrain himself after I taught him a lesson. However, I didn't expect him to be even more arrogant on the surface. This time, I can't let him live. Bai Li Hong snorted coldly as his eyes flashed with cold killing intent. Perhaps, even Lu Huan did not expect Duan Lingtian to have such a high position in Bai Li Hong's heart. Just because he wanted to kill Lu Huan and suspected that he had posted a mission to kill the Duan Lingtian in the Mountainshade Black Market, he wanted to kill him. If Lu Huan knew about this, he would not have returned to the Moon Illumination sect after leaving Mound Hill City. Senior brother, I want to settle this matter myself, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. His tone was cold and emotionless. Lu Huan had crossed his bottom line. I understand. Seeing the determination on Duan Lingtian's face, Bai Li Hong knew that Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. He nodded his head. On top of that, Feng Hui is in the outer court now. Do you want to see him? Bai Li Hong said to Duan Lingtian. Teacher is here? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He bade farewell to Bai Li Hong immediately and went to the outer court to look for Feng Hui. When Duan Lingtian saw Feng Hui again, he still addressed him respectfully as teacher just like before. You're now elder Bai Li's junior brother. You can't call me teacher anymore. If people hear this, I'm afraid they'll secretly say that you're useless. Feng Hui smiled when he saw Duan Lingtian again. They can say whatever they want. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life. You'll always be my Duan Lingtian's teacher, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. The 2 things that I, Feng Hui, have done right and I'm most proud of is taking you and Su Qi as my disciples, Feng Hui said with relief. Duan Lingtian nodded. Su Qi. Duan Lingtian frowned. He had a puzzled expression on his face. Did Su Qi not betray his teacher? Why did his teacher say that taking Su Qi as his disciple was something to be proud of? When Feng Hui saw the frown on Duan Lingtian's face, he naturally could not help but sigh. Then, he told Feng Hui about Su Qi's fake betrayal, and how he really took revenge. At the same time, he told Feng Hui about how Su Qi was killed by Lu Huan because of him. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Feng Hui's words. Su Qi had done so much for his teacher. At this moment, even he felt ashamed of his inferiority. Su Qi, rest in peace. I'll avenge you. Duan Lingtian muttered in a voice that only he could hear as he looked to the west. He made a promise between men. Teacher, why don't you stay in Han River City forever? I'll look for Elder Dongfang and ask him to order you to stay. Duan Lingtian said to Fang Hui. The Elder Dongfang he mentioned was none other than Dongfang Quan, the Grand Elder of the Moon Illumination Sect's outer court. There's no need for that. Fang Hui shook his head and rejected Duan Lingtian's kindness. I've gotten used to staying in Han River City for so many years. You don't have to worry about my safety. I'll be fine with the people Elder Bai Li Hong sent to protect me. Duan Lingtian nodded and asked again. Teacher, when do you plan to return to Han River City? I plan to return to Han River City as well. I came here mainly to see you. Now that I've met you naturally, I can return anytime, Fang Hui said. All right then. Teacher, you can leave tomorrow. I'll go with you then. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before replying. Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind. Before he went into closed-door cultivation, he would return to Han River City to see his old friends whom he had not seen for a long time. After that, he would return to cultivate in closed-door cultivation to break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Once he had broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, he would leave the Moon Illumination sect and return to Half Moon Island. All right. Fang Hui agreed right away. The next day, Duan Lingtian and Fang Hui returned to Han River City together with another person. It was none other than Bai Li Hong. The reason Bai Li Hong tagged along was, naturally, because he was worried about Duan Lingtian's safety. With Bai Li Hong tagging along, it was naturally a smooth journey. They did not encounter any obstacles. When Duan Lingtian and Fang Hui returned to Han River City together, Lu Huan's expression was as grave as it could be. What's wrong with the people from the Mountainshade Black Market? The hunting assessment is such a good opportunity, but they actually missed it. I hope they won't disappoint me this time. Lu Huan thought it was because the people from the Mountainshade Black Market did not make a move that Duan Lingtian was still alive and kicking until now. If Lu Huan knew the Mountainshade Black Market had cancelled the mission to kill Duan Lingtian that he had issued, one could only wonder what kind of expression he would have. When Duan Lingtian returned to Han River City again, he felt as though a lifetime had passed. The main purpose of Duan Lingtian's return to Han River City this time was to meet his big brother, Hong Yu, and the little girl, Shi. A few days later, when Duan Lingtian was about to leave, both Hong Yu and Shi were brought into the city governor's estate by Fang Hui. Hong Yu, who was already in an important position, began to get in touch with the upper echelons of Han River City. He knew very well that all of this was given to him by Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him, a small captain of the city guards, to achieve what he had today. The little girl, Shi, was very talented in being a beast tamer. For this reason, before Duan Lingtian left, he also told Fang Hui to train and stimulate her potential. Naturally, Fang Hui agreed to it immediately, and even took Shi as his goddaughter. He was also very fond of this little girl, who looked like she was carved out of jade. When they left Han River City together, a beautiful figure appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was the young lady who had entered the latent dragon camp in the city governor's estate of Han River City with him. She was valiant and heroic, and she was not inferior to any man. However, he did not look for her to catch up with her when he returned this time. Instead, he only greeted Fang Hui and asked him to take care of her. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer the Duan Lingtian he used to be. Fang Hui did not dare to neglect his words. Although he was Duan Lingtian's teacher on the surface, he knew very well where he stood. After returning to the sect with Duan Lingtian, he began to cultivate in closed-door cultivation to break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, there were also many bottlenecks when it came to raising one's cultivation base. For this reason, whenever Duan Lingtian encountered a bottleneck, he would stop and divert his attention to cultivate the Saint Grade martial tactic. As time went by, Duan Lingtian who was cultivating on the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, had already cultivated the aerolite shower, the offensive technique in the Saint Grade martial tactic, Colossal Aerolite Arrow, to the highest level, the impeccable stage. The aerolite shower is finally at the impeccable stage. Now that I've reached this stage, it means I can officially start cultivating the only defensive technique in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow, the Colossal Arrow Bell. Duan Lingtian was excited. After all, this was something that he had been looking forward to for a long time. The Colossal Arrow Bell was the only defensive technique in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. Naturally, it was not something that the defensive technique of an ordinary human rank Saint Grade martial tactic could compare to. It was even more difficult to cultivate it. After cultivating for a while, Duan Lingtian finally understood why he had to cultivate the aerolite shower to the highest level, the impeccable stage, in order to cultivate the Colossal Arrow Bell. This was because the Colossal Arrow Bell was formed by the aerolite shower. To be more precise, it was formed by the aerolite shower that had been cultivated to the highest level. The arrow rain was like a meteor as it continued to revolve around Duan Lingtian's body, forming a layer of tough defense. Although he had just started cultivating it, the defense was so strong that it was much stronger than the defensive technique in an ordinary human rank Saint Grade martial tactic that had been cultivated to the highest level. Since the Colossal Arrow Bell was a technique that Duan Lingtian had been looking forward to for a long time, and since the Colossal Arrow Bell was powerful, Duan Lingtian had been cultivating it diligently from the beginning until the end. However, while he was cultivating the Colossal Arrow Bell diligently, Duan Lingtian did not forget to raise his cultivation base as well. Finally, after 4 months in the outside world and 20 months in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian had successfully broken through the last bottleneck of the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage, and had successfully broken through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. I've broken through. Chapter 1524. Once I break through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage, I'll be able to use the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. He immediately wanted to test the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. However, after trying for a long time, nothing happened. I almost forgot. I can't even use the True Energy Consolidated weapon in the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. So it's normal that I can't use the True Energy Consolidated Beast. If I want to try it, I'll have to go out for an interview. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With that thought, Duan Lingtian left the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and returned to his room. He did not linger in the room and went straight out. After he went out, he went to the courtyard and began to test the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique. A gush of vast true energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body and hovered in the air in just a blink of an eye. When the surging true energy was elongated, wisps of blood-red energy flashed in the surroundings, revealing a chilling aura. After a while, the elongated true energy transformed into a winding divine dragon that was dozens of meters long. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that each of the divine dragon's claws had 5 razor-sharp claws. It was a 5-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, judging by the blood-red energy around the 5-clawed divine dragon, it was obvious it was not formed by imagination. It was a true energy consolidated beast condensed from blood essence. This kind of true energy consolidated beast was even more powerful. In order to avoid causing a commotion, Duan Lingtian only consolidated the 5-clawed divine dragon with his true energy before dispersing it. Let's go out and test its power. Although he had consolidated the 5-clawed divine dragon with the True Energy Consolidated Beast technique, Duan Lingtian still had no idea how powerful it was. All he knew was that the True Energy Consolidated Beast condensed from blood essence was more powerful than ordinary True Energy Consolidated Beasts. However, he had no idea how powerful it was. When Duan Lingtian left, he did not notice there was someone hovering in the air in the sky who had witnessed everything he had done. This included the 5-clawed divine dragon he had formed with his True Energy Consolidated Beast, which was also known as the divine dragon Dharma form. Blood essence condensed beast. And it's a 5-clawed divine dragon. Could it be that he was related to the dragons? Otherwise, how could there be the blood essence of a 5-clawed divine dragon? A surprised voice rang out. It was a purple bird standing on the black figure's shoulder that was talking. There was a hint of surprise in its voice. The blood essence solidified beast referred to the true energy solidified beast that used blood essence as its foundation. The 5-clawed divine dragon that Duan Lingtian had just condensed with his true energy was also a true energy consolidated beast. But to be more specific, it was a blood consolidated beast. Maybe. The black figure was a woman covered in a black suit. Her figure was enchanting, enough to make any man in the world fantasize. This black-clad woman was none other than the assassin from the Mountainshade Black Market, Chi Mei. As for the identity behind Chi Mei, in the entire 9-sect alliance's district, other than herself and the purple bird on her shoulder, perhaps only the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch knew about it. Sister, when are we going to leave this godforsaken place? Other than the leader of the Mountainshade Black Market's branch who has some strength, the rest of the people here are too weak. These few saint stage powerhouses from the Moon Illumination sect can't even last 3 moves in my hands. The purple bird said in a slightly unhappy tone. We'll leave when we're done here, Chi Mei said. All right, let's go. Let's follow them and have a look. Chi Mei said and followed Duan Lingtian, completely ignoring the flight prohibiting formation that shrouded the Moon Illumination sect. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was walking out of Bai Li Hong's mansion, the inner court, and the Moon Illumination sect's estate. Although Duan Lingtian was alone when he left the Moon Illumination sect's estate, he did not feel guilty at all. With his current strength and techniques, he was not afraid, even if he faced a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Naturally, he did not dare to say he could defeat all of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses. After all, there were many Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses who had half a foot in the Saint stage. Those people were all at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. They could be considered as the top powerhouses below the Saint stage. If they cast their unpredictable territories, even Duan Lingtian did not dare to say he was completely confident he could defeat them. Although Duan Lingtian had a lot of things to rely on, Duan Lingtian still had a lot of things to rely on. Moreover, with Duan Lingtian's current cultivation base, he was confident he could discover and shake off an imminent Saint stage powerhouse in an instant even if he was tailed by them. Due to this reason, he was fearless when he left the Moon Illumination sect. Naturally, he was confident he would not be able to discover a Saint stage powerhouse tailing him. However, if a Saint stage powerhouse really wanted to harm him, there was no need for them to tail him at all. They could just do it in the Moon Illumination sect. After leaving the Moon Illumination sect's estate, Duan Lingtian went to the place where Bai Li Hong had brought him to test the 3-star Saint inscription. It was a mountain ridge filled with powerful wild beasts. In this mountain ridge, Duan Lingtian was completely at ease. Instead of saying he was at ease, it was more accurate to say he was at ease with the divine dragon phenomenon that was consolidated from his true energy. Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon was formed from the blood essence of a 5-clawed devil dragon. It carried the dragon's might. Wherever it passed, the wild beasts would have fear in their eyes. As it passed, it swept everything in its path. Duan Lingtian discovered even a Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beast could withstand the divine dragon phenomenon's attack. The power of the divine dragon phenomenon was so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. My 5-clawed divine dragon phenomenon is more than a few times stronger than ordinary true energy consolidated beasts. Soon after, Duan Lingtian confirmed this. At this moment, it was as though he could already see other people's true energy consolidated beasts being easily defeated by his divine dragon phenomenon. It's so powerful. The purple bird in the sky exclaimed in surprise. How can the divine dragon phenomenon that was consolidated from the blood essence of a 5-clawed divine dragon not be powerful? Chi Mei did not seem to be surprised. She merely said nonchalantly, Sister, are we just going to keep following him like this? The purple bird asked. Yes, May nodded. Then how long do we have to follow him? The purple bird asked with a wry smile. Until I find the person I'm looking for. May's eyes gleamed as she said bluntly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not know he was being followed by 2 saint stage beings. Otherwise he would not be as excited as he was now. When Duan Lingtian entered this mountain ridge that was filled with wild beasts, he was like a fish swimming in the vast sea, and a bird flying in the vast sky. Wherever he passed, the divine dragon phenomenon would open a path for him. He was invincible and invincible. Of course, the reason for this was mostly because the strongest wild beast Duan Lingtian encountered was only at the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage. Why aren't there any Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts? Duan Lingtian was a little puzzled. He was no longer addicted to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage wild beasts with the divine dragon phenomenon. He wanted to use the divine dragon phenomenon to torture a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. Even if the divine dragon phenomenon was consolidated from the blood essence of a 5-clawed divine dragon, it was only a true energy consolidated beast, no matter how powerful it was. Compared to a real Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beast, there was still a big gap. After half a day, Duan Lingtian still had not encountered a Perfection Saint Rudiment stage wild beast. In the end, he was a little impatient. Forget it, there will be plenty of chances in the future. It's time to go back and prepare. After a few days of preparation, we'll head back to Half Moon Island. Soon Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he decided to return to Half Moon Island in a few days. When Duan Lingtian thought of his 2 fiancées who were pregnant with his child, he was eager to return home. As for preparation, there was nothing much to prepare. He mainly wanted to inform Bai Li Hong and bid farewell to the people he knew. Apart from that, he would also take some time to cultivate the Colossal Arrow Bell technique in the Colossal Aerolite Arrow. The Colossal Arrow Bell was a technique that was comparable to the defensive techniques in the Earth Rank Saint Grade Martial Tactic. Its power was not comparable to the defensive techniques in the Human Rank Saint Grade Martial Tactic. Currently, Duan Lingtian had only cultivated the Colossal Arrow Bell to the 2nd stage, the Elementary stage. However, its defensive power had already surpassed the Golden Shirt. Naturally, although the Colossal Arrow Bell and the Golden Shirt were both defensive techniques, there was a difference between them. The Colossal Arrow Bell required the coordination of the aerolite shower to form a defense on the outside like an eggshell. The Golden Shirt required the coordination of the physical body. While forming a defense, it would also strengthen one's physical strength to a certain extent. Since the two were very different, they did not affect each other and could exist together. Duan Lingtian, who was preparing to return to Half Moon Island, did not know that Lu Huan's expression had been very grave ever since he returned from Han River City a month ago. Until today, it was still very grave. All of this was because Lu Huan had found out that the Mountain Shade Black Market had cancelled the mission to kill Duan Lingtian that he had issued. When he found out about this, his first reaction was to fly into a rage out of humiliation. Even though the Mountain Shade Black Market had compensated him with 10 times the commission, he was not happy at all. This was because he knew that the Mountain Shade Black Market would no longer accept the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Lu Huan had also thought about why the Mountain Shade Black Market did not accept the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Was it because there was a secret behind Duan Lingtian that he did not know about? In the end, he was more inclined toward one of the guesses. Bai Li Hong had connections in the Mountain Shade Black Market. Through his actions, he had gotten the Mountain Shade Black Market to cancel the mission to kill Duan Lingtian. Do I really have to watch that little bastard grow up just like that? Lu Huan's face was grave. The moment he thought about Duan Lingtian, his eyes looked as though they were going to spit fire. No, that little bastard must die. If he doesn't die, I can't even deal with Feng Hui. He must die. Feng Hui must die as well. In the end, Lu Huan had even lost his mind. However, when an inner court disciple came in to report, Lu Huan's eyes lit up immediately. Duan Lingtian wants to leave the sect alone and return to his hometown? Are you sure this news is accurate? Chapter 1525. It's true. This is what Duan Lingtian said to the outer court disciple from Mound Hill City like him. The inner court disciple nodded. Good, good, good. Upon hearing the inner court disciple's words, Lu Huan said good 3 times in a row. At the same time, he waved his hand to signal the inner court disciple to leave. Continue to monitor Duan Lingtian's movements. If there's any movement from him, report to me immediately. Yes. Although the inner court disciple was not Lu Huan's disciple, he was still a member of Lu Huan's faction and was loyal to him. At this moment, the inner court disciple's report kept echoing in Lu Huan's ears. Duan Lingtian was leaving the sect alone to return to his hometown. If he really leaves alone, it'll be a great opportunity for me. Lu Huan's eyes lit up as he muttered to himself. Elder Lu Huan. At this moment, another inner court disciple from Lu Huan's faction came in to report. Elder Zhao Feng has come out of closed-door cultivation. Elder Zhao Feng? Upon hearing the inner court disciple's report, Lu Huan's eyes lit up again. After dismissing the inner court disciple, he said with a smile, Elder Zhao Feng happened to come out of closed-door cultivation at this moment. Could it be that this is God's will, and wants Duan Lingtian to die a graveless death? Like him, Zhao Feng was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect. However, compared to him, Zhao Feng was much more powerful. Zhao Feng's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among all the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. It was said that he was going to break through to the Eminent Saint stage during his closed-door cultivation. Regardless of whether he succeeded or not, his strength would definitely improve. Apart from that, Zhao Feng had another identity. He was the outer court disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian. He was also the master of Feng Fan, who was ranked 99th on the Earth ranking. Feng Fan was instigated by Lu Huan's direct disciple, Zhou Qi, to engage in a death duel with Duan Lingtian. In the end, he was killed by Duan Lingtian. However, with Zhou Qi's death, all of this had become a mystery. However, it was an indisputable fact that Feng Fan was killed by Duan Lingtian. It was an indisputable fact that Feng Fan was Zhao Feng's direct disciple. Therefore, when Lu Huan found out that Zhao Feng had come out of his closed-door cultivation, he immediately went to look for him. Elder Zhao Feng, congratulations on coming out of seclusion. You must have gained quite a lot this time, right? As soon as Lu Huan arrived at Zhao Feng's residence and saw Zhao Feng, he greeted him enthusiastically. Zhao Feng was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His entire body exuded an otherworldly aura, as if he had come from another world. However, compared to Lu Huan's enthusiasm, Zhao Feng had a calm expression on his face. His body emitted a cold aura that kept people at arm's length. Elder Lu Huan, I've just come out of my closed-door cultivation, and you've already come looking for me. Alas! Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, the smile on Lu Huan's face disappeared, and he let out a long sigh. Elder Zhao Feng, I've been coming to your place many times over the past 6 months. However, every time I came, I was informed that you were still in closed-door cultivation. Is there anything you need from me? Zhao Feng looked at Lu Huan. Although his tone was still calm, there was a hint of curiosity in it. Elder Zhao Feng, you've just come out of your closed-door cultivation, so I don't think you're aware that Feng Fan has been killed, right? Lu Huan sighed again. What did you say? Lu Huan's words caused Zhao Feng's expression to change. You're saying Feng Fan was killed? Yes. Lu Huan nodded. Who is it? Zhao Feng asked in a deep voice. His body emitted a bone-chilling aura. When Lu Huan sensed Zhao Feng's anger, he was overjoyed. The more Zhao Feng cared about Feng Fan, the happier he was. Feng Fan was killed by a sect's disciple called Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian only entered the sect about a year ago, Lu Huan said. Duan Lingtian. He only entered the sect recently? Upon hearing Lu Huan's words, Zhao Feng's face turned even graver. At the same time, he looked at Lu Huan and said coldly, Tell me everything in detail. I want to know the ins and outs of this matter. Lu Huan nodded and began to tell him about the death duel invitation that Feng Fan and Duan Lingtian had signed. In the end, he told him about how Feng Fan was killed by Duan Lingtian. Throughout the entire process, Zhao Feng was enraged just by listening to the story. His body began to tremble violently due to his agitation. What's his background? However, he was an inner court elder, who had been famous in the Moon Illumination sect for many years after all. Soon he calmed himself down. However, his voice was so deep that it sounded like thunder. He's from Mound Hill City. He's the disciple of Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Lu Huan replied, Mound Hill City? Feng Hui. Upon hearing that, Zhao Feng looked at Lu Huan deeply. Lu Huan, if I'm not mistaken, Feng Hui seems to be your enemy, right? Yes. Lu Huan nodded. At the same time he said guiltily, Elder Zhao Feng, I'm also at fault in this matter. If I didn't let Feng Hui live until now, he wouldn't have taken Duan Lingtian as his disciple, and wouldn't have recommended Duan Lingtian to the Moon Illumination sect. If Duan Lingtian didn't come to the Moon Illumination sect, Feng Fan wouldn't have died. Although Lu Huan's words were spoken in hindsight, it was still true. There's no need to talk about the past anymore. Zhao Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhao Feng's eyes flickered with ghastly killing intent. With his current attitude, if Duan Lingtian was before him, Duan Lingtian would probably be directly torn apart by him. Lu Huan sighed in relief when he saw this. He was really worried that Zhao Feng would be interested in Duan Lingtian and forget about his hatred for Feng Fan after learning about this. However, it seemed like he was worried for nothing. Elder Zhao Feng, I know you want to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge Feng Fan. However, Duan Lingtian is no longer who he used to be. Let alone you. Even the sect leader has to be courteous when he sees him. Lu Huan said, the sect leader has to be courteous when he sees him? Horror dawned on Zhao Feng as he asked in a deep voice. Don't tell me he's taken in as a disciple by one of the supreme elders? This was the first thought that appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. No, he's not. Lu Huan shook his head. If he's not, why does the sect leader have to be courteous to him? Zhao Feng asked with a frown. I don't know what method Duan Lingtian used to gain Elder Bai Li's favor. Lu Huan sighed. If that wasn't the case, I would have killed him long ago to avenge Feng Fan without waiting for you to come out of closed-door cultivation, Elder Zhao Feng. Avenge Feng Fan? Zhao Feng stared at Lu Huan and smirked. I think you're just worried that he'll help Feng Hui to go against you when he grows stronger, right? Even if you want to kill him, you're just trying to prevent future trouble, right? He knew a little about the matter between Lu Huan and Feng Hui. Lu Huan smiled awkwardly, but he did not deny it because he knew it was useless. Then, does this mean he's taken in as a disciple by Elder Bai Li? It seems like he's really extraordinary, since he's able to gain Elder Bai Li's favor. Among the group of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect, Bai Li Hong was the only one with the surname Bai Li. Due to this reason, when he heard Lu Huan's words, he instantly figured out that Duan Lingtian was related to Bai Li Hong. Naturally, the first thing that came to his mind was Bai Li Hong had taken in Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Naturally, he was wary of Bai Li Hong. He's not taken in as a disciple by Elder Bai Li. Lu Huan shook his head. He's not taken in as a disciple? Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng could not help but sigh in relief. He really did not have the courage to face Bai Li Hong directly. Although his strength could be ranked in the top 3 among the group of inner court elders, Bai Li Hong was still the one who was ranked first. Although his strength had improved since he came out of closed-door cultivation, he only dared to challenge the person who ranked second. He had never thought of challenging Bai Li Hong. If they did not use their saint weapons and fought barehanded, he was confident he could fight Bai Li Hong. However, if they used their saint weapons, he would definitely not be a match for Bai Li Hong. This was because the saint weapon in Bai Li Hong's hand was inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions. Just this alone was enough to completely suppress his saint weapon. When Lu Huan saw Zhao Feng sighing in relief, he smiled wryly on the inside. At the same time, he threw out a bombshell. Although Elder Bai Li did not take him in as a disciple, he took in Duan Lingtian as a disciple on behalf of his master. As for Duan Lingtian, he's now his junior brother. One must admit that the bombshell thrown out by Lu Huan was very powerful. It stunned Zhao Feng for a while before he regained his senses. Duan Lingtian, who killed Feng Fan, had become Elder Bai Li's junior brother? Duan Lingtian did not know that Lu Huan was meeting with another inner court elder to discuss how to deal with him. If he knew, he would definitely be flattered. He was just an inner court disciple, but he was able to make two inner court elders behave in such a manner. Although it might not be the first in the history of the Moon Illumination sect, it was definitely unprecedented. A few days before he left, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the outer court to greet Ling Yin and Xiong Hu. Then, he returned to the inner court to look for Elder Fang Gan to inform him that he was leaving the sect and returning to his hometown. Elder Fang Gan was the inner court elder he had met at the Merit Pavilion. It was Elder Fang Gan who had brought him to look for Bai Li Hong. Elder Fang Gan was also one of the few people Duan Lingtian was familiar with in the Moon Illumination sect. Junior brother, I'll go back with you. Bai Li Hong was the last person among Duan Lingtian's acquaintances who knew about Duan Lingtian's plan. When he found out about Duan Lingtian's plan, he had planned to leave with Duan Lingtian, since he was worried about Duan Lingtian being alone. Senior brother, there's no need for such trouble. I'll go back alone. Duan Lingtian smiled. No, that's too dangerous. I must go back with you. Bai Li Hong shook his head. He was determined. However, although Bai Li Hong was determined, he was eventually persuaded by Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1526. The five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon that Duan Lingtian consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique easily defeated Bai Li Hong's true energy consolidated beast in just one blow. Naturally, Bai Li Hong was dumbfounded by this. Originally, the fact that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the perfection saint rudiment stage had already shocked him. However, when he saw how Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated beast defeated his true energy consolidated beast in just one blow, he was completely shocked as well. It would be fine if his true energy consolidated beast was consolidated with his imagination. However, his true energy consolidated beast was similar to Duan Lingtian's. It was consolidated with the Saint Beast's blood essence and true energy. As a Saint Inscription Master, naturally, he had the means to obtain the Saint Beast's blood essence before he broke through to the Perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Junior brother, is your true energy consolidated beast the legendary divine dragon? Bai Li Hong asked with a shocked expression on his face after taking a deep breath. He had only heard of divine dragons, but had never seen one before. In the beginning, when Duan Lingtian had cast the true energy consolidated beast technique and consolidated the divine dragon phenomenon, he had already sensed that Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon was not simple. In just a blink of an eye, a thought flashed in his mind as he recalled the records he had read about divine dragons. The phenomenon that Duan Lingtian consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique was exactly the same as the records he had read about divine dragons. Regardless of the characteristics, they were identical. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. Does this mean you've obtained the divine dragon's blood essence before, junior brother? A hint of envy flashed in Bai Li Hong's eyes. Naturally, he was not jealous. In fact, he felt happy for Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. Junior brother, you're really a man of great fortune to be able to obtain the divine dragon's blood essence. It's said that divine dragons are the kings of saint beasts to a certain extent. Although he was curious about how Duan Lingtian obtained the divine dragon's blood essence, he did not ask. Everyone had their own secrets. Hearing Bai Li Hong's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly but did not say anything. At this moment, he also realized that Bai Li Hong did not seem to recognize that the divine dragon phenomenon that he had consolidated using the true energy consolidated beast technique was actually a five-clawed divine dragon. Perhaps senior brother doesn't know that divine dragons are also divided into different grades. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian left the Moon Illumination Sex Estate and planned to return to Half Moon Island. Bai Li Hong sent Duan Lingtian out of the Moon Illumination Sex Estate. Junior brother, senior brother will wait for your return. Bring your 2 sisters-in-law with you when you return. A woman who can match a dragon among men like junior brother is definitely not an ordinary woman. Then, senior brother, you should prepare a gift. Duan Lingtian smiled. Isn't it just 2 gifts? It's only a small matter. Bai Lihong said indifferently. Senior brother, I'm afraid it's not 2 but 4. Duan Lingtian smiled even more brightly. 4. Bai Lihong's eyes widened. Don't you only have 2 fiancés? I forgot to tell you, senior brother. Both of my fiancés are pregnant. I'm going back this time to accompany them until they give birth. Duan Lingtian smiled. Why are you only telling me such an important thing now? Bai Lihong said with slight dissatisfaction. Why don't I go back with you? Not only can I protect you along the way, but I can also see my 2 nephews immediately. Don't worry, senior brother. I'll definitely bring them along the next time I come back. Duan Lingtian smiled. Previously, he did not bring Kerr and Li Fei along, because he was unfamiliar with the Dao Martial Saint Land. He did not have a place to stay in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, now that he was in the Moon Illumination sect, he could bring the 2 girls here with ease. With Bai Lihong around, they would definitely be safe in the Moon Illumination sect. Then you must come back quickly. I'm anxious to see my 2 unborn nephews, Bai Lihong said. Senior brother, don't worry. I'll bring them back as soon as the children are born. Duan Lingtian nodded and bade farewell to Bai Lihong before flying away. Bai Lihong's eyes gleamed when he saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappearing before his eyes. He turned around and returned to the Moon Illumination Sect's estate. After he returned to the inner court, he immediately walked into a spacious mansion. This mansion was not his mansion. However, when he entered, it was as though he had entered an empty space. The people in the mansion did not dare to stop him at all. Elder Bailey, what brings you here? At this moment, a person walked out of the mansion and welcomed Bai Lihong warmly. This person was none other than Lu Huan. Although Lu Huan looked friendly, there was a flash of realization in the depth of his eyes that even Bai Lihong did not notice. It was as though he was not surprised by Bai Lihong's arrival. Of course, there's something I need from you, Bai Lihong said nonchalantly, as he casually found an excuse. Naturally, the main reason he came to look for Lu Huan was to ensure that Lu Huan would not leave his sight for a period of time. In that case, he would not have to worry that Lu Huan would harm his junior brother, Duan Lingtian. However, what Bai Lihong did not expect was that Lu Huan would not dare to offend Lu Huan. Currently, Lu Huan was not the only one who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Although the Mountainshade Black Market had cancelled the mission to kill Duan Lingtian and stopped accepting missions to kill Duan Lingtian, there were still other people who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, after Duan Lingtian bade farewell to Bai Lihong, he headed south. With his current cultivation base, there was no need for him to hide from place to place. He could just travel without any worries. Naturally, this was also because the south was the direction to the border of the Dao Martial Saint Land. At the border of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were not many Saint Rudiment stage powerhouses, let alone those at the Saint Rudiment stage. Naturally, they were rare, but they could still be seen occasionally. However, there were not many Saint Rudiment stage martial and Dao cultivators who could threaten him. Due to this reason, there was no need for him to be afraid. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian, who was originally traveling at a speed that was neither fast nor slow, suddenly flew at full speed and shot into the distance. Soon after, he arrived at the sky above a vast beach. This beach was the border of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Once he went out to sea, he would be considered to have left the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, Duan Lingtian suddenly came to a halt as he stood above the beach. At the same time, he turned around and did not continue to travel. You've been following me for so long. Isn't it time for you to come out? Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at the sky in the distance. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely clear. It easily broke through the barrier of the wind in the air. However, there was no reply from the distance. It was as though there was no one there at all. However, Duan Lingtian was very patient. His eyes were fixed in a certain direction as he stared at the clouds in the distance. It was as though there was someone hiding behind it. Finally, after 15 minutes, a figure stepped out from behind the clouds. How did you notice? The person who walked out from behind the clouds was an old man. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He had a sage-like bearing. When he looked at Duan Lingtian, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. Do you think it's difficult to notice? Duan Lingtian sneered. Tell me, who are you? Why are you following me? He would not be surprised if the person who followed him was Lu Huan, since he was already mentally prepared. When he was still in the Moon Illumination sect, he had purposely spread the news that he was leaving the Moon Illumination sect alone to return to his hometown. He'd only done this to set up a bait. His purpose of baiting Lu Huan was to lure the big fish, and the big fish was none other than Lu Huan. He planned to lure Lu Huan here to kill him, so that Lu Huan would never return. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill Lu Huan. Lu Huan was only an ordinary Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. He was not at the peak of the Paramount Saint Rudiment stage, nor was he at the Imminent Saint stage. Duan Lingtian was 90% confident he could defeat Lu Huan. He even thought of using this opportunity to get rid of Lu Huan completely. It could be considered as revenge for his master, Feng Hui. However, to his surprise, Lu Huan did not follow him. Although someone had followed him, it was not Lu Huan. However, he was certain this person's cultivation base was not any weaker than Lu Huan's. How dare you ask who I am after killing my disciple? The old man sneered as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. Killed your disciple? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he thought about it. Soon after, an idea flashed through his mind. The only Moon Illumination sect's disciple he had killed was Feng Fan. As far as he knew, Feng Fan had a master who was the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elder Zhao Feng. He was so powerful that he could be ranked in the top 3 among all the inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. You're Zhao Feng? Feng Fan's master? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was almost certain this old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion before him was Feng Fan's master Zhao Feng. That's right, I'm Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng answered honestly. Elder Zhao Feng, you didn't follow me all the way here just to chat with me, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhao Feng with a faint smile on his face. Although he did not know why Duan Lingtian was still so calm, Zhao Feng did not take him seriously at all. Naturally, he was not worried that someone was secretly protecting Duan Lingtian. With his strength, unless there was a Saint Stage powerhouse hiding nearby, it was impossible for him to not notice him. Even if Bai Li Hong was hiding nearby, he would definitely notice him. You're still so calm even when you're about to die. Put everything else aside. Just your courage alone is not something an ordinary young man can have. Unfortunately, you've killed my disciple, so I can't let you live. Zhao Feng said in a righteous manner. Elder Zhao Feng. Duan Lingtian sneered. Back then, it was your disciple Feng Fan who issued a death duel invitation to me. It was he who wanted to kill me, and it wasn't me who wanted to kill him. Don't tell me you think I should stretch out my neck and let him kill me during a death duel. Chapter 1527. You have a sharp tongue. Zhao Feng snorted coldly as his eyes gradually turned cold. However, no matter how eloquent your tongue is, you won't be able to escape death today. As soon as his words left his mouth, the aura on Zhao Feng's body changed. At that moment, a special feeling appeared in Duan Lingtian's heart, causing him to feel slightly oppressed. Duan Lingtian knew very well that this was Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated territory. Although he still did not know what Zhao Feng's territory was, Duan Lingtian was not afraid at all. When Zhao Feng cast his true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast techniques one after another, Duan Lingtian also cast his true energy consolidated weapon technique and consolidated a gigantic sword. Looking at Zhao Feng's all-out stance, other than showing that he was a careful person, it was also enough to show that he really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian here. True energy consolidated weapon? You're actually a mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator? Zhao Feng's eyes narrowed. It was obvious he had just found out that Duan Lingtian could cast his true energy consolidated weapon technique. So what if I'm a mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator? Compared to you, Elder Zhao Feng, I don't seem to be anything, right? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Of course. Zhao Feng's voice was filled with arrogance. I'm a martial cultivator at the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Killing a mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, like you, is as easy as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Of course, although Zhao Feng said so, his heart was still filled with shock. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Less than a year ago, Duan Lingtian was still an outer court disciple who had not broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage. He had fought a death duel with his disciple, Feng Fan, and killed him. However, he was now a mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. Elder Zhao Feng seems to be very confident in his strength. The smile on the corner of Duan Lingtian's mouth widened. However, Zhao Feng did not respond to him. Instead, he said to himself, "It seems like you were not a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator when you killed my disciple Feng Fan. However, I'm really curious. What method did you use to hide your cultivation base and make so many people think that you're just a mortal shedding stage martial cultivator?" Zhao Feng was to say that Duan Lingtian's when he was certain Duan Lingtian stage martial cultivator when he entered the Moon Illumination sect. Duan Lingtian 2. Duan Lingtian's to Duan's a stage martial cultivator. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had broken through to the Mastery Saint Rudiment stage from the Mastery Mortal Shedding stage in just a year, he did not dare to believe it at all, let alone the district of the 9 sect alliances. Even in the central district of the Dao Martial Saint Land, where there were many powerhouses and geniuses, there was no such monstrous existence. Due to this reason, he insisted his guess was correct. Duan Lingtian had killed his disciple Feng Fan by pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. It was an unfair victory. The moment Zhao Feng thought of this, the anger in his heart burned even more. "You think you're so smart?" Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, Duan Lingtian was amused. A mocking expression appeared on his face, as though he was mocking Zhao Feng for being ignorant. "No matter what method you use to hide your cultivation base, you'll definitely die today." Zhao Feng took a step forward. At the same time, the air within a 100-meter radius from him seemed to stagnate. He had activated the territory that he had spread out earlier. At the same time, a gigantic saber that was consolidated with the true energy consolidated weapon technique appeared above his head. It was emitting a fierce aura as it pointed at Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, the gigantic beast that was consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique was glaring at Duan Lingtian. It had locked onto Duan Lingtian. This huge beast looked very much like a lion, but it was not a lion. On its head there was a sharp horn. There was a layer of blood energy that was faintly discernible around the gigantic beast. This was the symbol of a blood energy consolidated beast. Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated beast was also consolidated with the Saint Beast's blood essence and true energy. It was not something an ordinary true energy consolidated beast could compare to. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. With Zhao Feng's current achievements, he must have been a prodigy in the Moon Illumination sect when he was young. With the help of the Moon Illumination sect's powerhouses, he would not lack the blood essence of Saint Beasts above the perfection Saint Rudiment stage. Even the Mountainshade Black Market's assassin, whom he killed with the Devil Seal tablet, could not compare to him in this regard. When Zhao Feng activated the territory energy that he had spread out, Duan Lingtian only felt a huge pressure pressing on his body. It was so heavy that he could barely breathe since he was unprepared. At this moment his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. A mere mastery Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator is destined to be a fish on my chopping board in my gravitational territory. Zhao Feng smirked when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. Gravitational territory? Upon hearing Zhao Feng's words, realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. It was no wonder he felt a strong pressure pressing on him, causing him to fall. As it turned out, the territory that Zhao Feng consolidated with his true energy consolidated territory was the gravitational territory. The gravitational territory was a relatively common territory. Within the area it covered, the gravity would increase to a certain extent according to the strength of the true energy. High up in the sky, at a place where Duan Lingtian and Zhao Feng did not notice, a lady who was completely covered in black was standing. The reason she was called a lady was because one could tell she was a lady based on her devilish figure. Sister, do you want me to make a move? I'm afraid he's no match for this old man. The purple bird standing on the lady's shoulder asked. There's no need for that. The lady shook her head gently as her autumn eyes gleamed. Didn't you notice? His emotions are very stable from the beginning until the end. This is a sign of confidence. Confidence? The purple bird shook its head. He's only a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator. But this old man is a martial cultivator at the peak of the paramount Saint Rudiment stage. Moreover, he has mastered the gravitational territory. Under the gravitational territory, he won't be able to move or even resist. It was apparent the purple bird did not think highly of Duan Lingtian. Just watch. In the end, if he's really no match for him, it won't be too late for you to make a move then, the lady said. The purple bird nodded. The purple sparrow nodded, and stared down with an eager look on its face. In the lady's eyes, it was as though Duan Lingtian was the only one left in the world. She could clearly see Duan Lingtian was still as calm as ever. It was not a pretense, but a genuine calmness. She could not help but feel puzzled. Where did his confidence come from? Could it be that he had discovered their existence and knew they would protect him at the critical moment? However, as soon as she thought about it, she felt it was impossible. Now, do you feel your body being restrained? Even with your true energy, it's difficult for you to resist the gravitational territory in my territory, right? Zhao Feng looked at Duan Lingtian as if everything was within his control, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of a proud smile. However, Duan Lingtian's reply caused the smile on his face to freeze completely. Is this all your gravitational territory can do? Duan Lingtian's face that was as pale as a sheet of paper had somehow regained its color. When he looked at Zhao Feng again, there was a faint smile on his face that was filled with mockery. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Zhao Feng was so angry that he laughed. He did not seem to have made any movement, but the gigantic saber that he had formed with his true energy consolidated weapon technique swept across the sky and headed straight for Duan Lingtian. It was aimed at Duan Lingtian's head, as though he wanted to cut Duan Lingtian in half. Roar! The gigantic beast that Zhao Feng had formed with his blood energy consolidated beast technique was now charging at Duan Lingtian, with its mouth wide open. It looked as though it wanted to swallow Duan Lingtian whole. Facing the gigantic saber and the gigantic beast, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change. However, in the blink of an eye, a gust of true energy shot out from the top of his head like lightning. In the blink of an eye, it elongated into the divine dragon Dharma power. More accurately, it was the five-clawed divine dragon Dharma power. The divine dragon Dharma power was covered with blood-red vigor, and as soon as it appeared, it emitted waves of dragon power. In an instant, the gigantic beast that Zhao Feng had formed with his true energy consolidated beast technique stopped abruptly in its tracks. In the face of Duan Lingtian's divine dragon Dharma power, it was actually afraid. If it was just a beast Dharma power, formed with his imagination and true energy, it would naturally not be afraid. However, Zhao Feng's giant beast Dharma power was formed with the blood essence and true energy of a gigantic beast. It had a certain level of intelligence. In the face of the king of saint beasts like the dragons, it was only natural that it would be afraid. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's divine dragon Dharma power was the five-clawed divine dragon Dharma power. The five-clawed divine dragon was the highest existence among the dragons in the Dao martial saint land. For example, the patriarch of the dragon's clan was a five-clawed divine dragon. Moreover, the blood essence that Duan Lingtian had fused with was from the five-clawed devil dragon. The five-clawed devil dragon was considered the top existence among the five-clawed divine dragons. It was even stronger than the five-clawed golden dragon. What's going on? The scene before his eyes stunned Zhao Feng. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen something like this. However, at this moment, before Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated weapon Dharma power could make a move, the divine dragon Dharma power that was formed with the true energy consolidated beast Dharma power had already swept out its tail and defeated Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated beast Dharma power. At the same time, Zhao Feng's gigantic saber Dharma power was also defeated by the divine dragon Dharma power. After the divine dragon Dharma power defeated two of Zhao Feng's Dharma powers, it hovered proudly in the air, as though it was looking down on everything in the world. Dragon! It's a divine dragon! A real divine dragon! Zhao Feng, who had regained his senses, was shocked by the power of Duan Lingtian's divine dragon Dharma power. At the same time, a memory about divine dragons appeared in his mind. Of course, like Bai Lihong, he had never seen a real divine dragon. His understanding of divine dragons was limited to what was recorded in the books. While Zhao Feng was still shocked by Duan Lingtian's divine dragon Dharma power, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air. Elder Zhao Feng, your gravitational territory doesn't seem like much. In the next moment, Zhao Feng was shocked to see. Chapter 1528. Duan Lingtian's true energy consolidated beast technique had already shocked Zhao Feng. This was because he found out that Duan Lingtian was not a mastery saint rudiment stage martial cultivator, but a perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator. That was not all. What shocked him even more was the giant beast phenomenon that Duan Lingtian, consolidated with the true energy consolidated beast technique, was actually a divine dragon phenomenon. Moreover, this divine dragon Dharma idol had easily defeated his real energy consolidated weapon and real energy consolidated beast. One should know that the god weapon phenomenon and giant beast phenomenon, consolidated with different cultivation bases, would be different as well. The higher the cultivation base, the more powerful the phenomenon consolidated. Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon, consolidated with his perfection saint rudiment stage cultivation base, easily defeated his two phenomena. In that case, there were only two possibilities. First, Duan Lingtian was not just a perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator. Second, Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon was so powerful that it could easily defeat other phenomena that were at a higher level. Between the two, Zhao Feng naturally leaned toward the latter. If it was the former, would it not mean that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not inferior to his? If Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not inferior to his, it would mean that Duan Lingtian was at least at the paramount saint rudiment stage. He could also cast the true energy consolidated territory and display his territory. This was something he did not want to see. At this moment, he saw Duan Lingtian's figure moving freely under his gravitational territory, as though he was not affected at all. At once panic rose in Zhao Feng's heart. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was not inferior to his? Other than that, he could not figure out how Duan Lingtian could be so relaxed under his gravitational territory. Gravitational territory is only so. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm even though he was in Zhao Feng's gravitational territory. His face was no longer as pale as a sheet of paper. He seemed extremely relaxed, as though Zhao Feng's gravitational territory was useless against him. Of course, this was not the case. Zhao Feng's gravity domain was actually very terrifying. The gravity was so strong that even an ordinary perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator would find it difficult to move. The reason why Duan Lingtian was so relaxed was because of his body. His body had been reborn twice. Especially the second time under the power of the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. His body had undergone a great change. He had become even stronger than the body of the five-clawed divine dragon of the dragon clan. Later on, after being tempered by the blood essence of the five-clawed demonic dragon, his body's strength had further improved. According to Hualao, his current physical strength was even stronger than that of a six-clawed divine dragon, or even a seven-clawed divine dragon. Naturally, there were no six-clawed divine dragons and seven-clawed divine dragons in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, a five-clawed divine dragon was already a dragon with the purest and noblest bloodline. Due to this reason, when Duan Lingtian got used to Zhao Feng's gravitational territory, he discovered his body did not seem to be affected by Zhao Feng's gravity at all. It seems like a strong body can not only increase one's combat strength and defense, but it can also resist the gravity of the gravitational territory. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Naturally, with his strong body, although Duan Lingtian could move freely in Zhao Feng's gravitational territory, the resistance he faced was extremely great. It was exhausting his physical strength at every moment. As time passed, no matter how strong his body was, it would not be able to take it anymore. I must end this as soon as possible. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to kill Zhao Feng before his physical strength was exhausted. With the five-clawed divine dragon phenomenon, he was not afraid of Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated weapon and true energy consolidated beast at all. In addition, with his strong body, he was not afraid of the gravity domain that Zhao Feng had set up with his true energy condensation domain. However, Duan Lingtian did not dare to underestimate Zhao Feng because of this. No matter what, Zhao Feng was still a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage powerhouse. Even without his true energy consolidated weapon, true energy consolidated beast, and true energy consolidated territory, the true energy he could cast was still extremely vast and endless. Moreover, his martial arts techniques must have been cultivated to the highest level, the impeccable refinement, after many years of cultivation. Zhao Feng, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me today. Duan Lingtian sneered. With a raise of his hand, he instantly took out his sun's shooting bow and consolidated an arrow with his true energy. In just a blink of an eye, he knocked it on the sun's shooting bow. Duan Lingtian drew the bowstring made from the five-clawed divine dragon's dragon tendon. Although Duan Lingtian was already a perfection Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, he could only draw the bowstring slightly. There was still a long way to go before he could draw the bowstring into a full moon. This was enough to show how tough the five-clawed divine dragon's dragon tendon was. Duan Lingtian, I must admit that I've underestimated you. It's not just me. Even Lu Huan has underestimated you as well. Zhao Feng stared at Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in the depth of his eyes, as he said in a deep voice. It seems like Lu Huan was the one who told you about my departure. Duan Lingtian smiled. Initially, I thought my bait would lure Lu Huan here. I didn't expect you to come instead of Lu Huan. However, no matter if it's you or him, the outcome will be the same since you're here. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's words were filled with confidence. Apart from that, I have a very bad habit. I usually won't let those who want to kill me live in this world. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, killing intent flashed in his eyes. How arrogant. I'd like to see how you're going to stop me from living in this world. Although he was wary that Duan Lingtian might be a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator, it was still uncertain. Due to this reason, Zhao Feng was not afraid at all when he faced Duan Lingtian. Naturally, he had other plans in mind as well. Once he confirmed that Duan Lingtian was a Paramount Saint Rudiment stage martial cultivator and was stronger than him, he would flee immediately. After coming out of closed-door cultivation this time, apart from the few saint stage powerhouses in the Moon Illumination sect, including the sect leader, only a few vice sect leaders, and the inner court elder, Bai Li Hong, were stronger than him. He did not take the others seriously at all. He was confident he could even defeat the person who was publicly acknowledged as the second strongest inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect, who was ranked ahead of him. The moment Zhao Feng's words left his mouth, he lifted his hand and took out his saint weapon as well. Zhao Feng's saint weapon was a staff that was over 10 feet long. The staff was very thick and had clear veins around it. 3 saint inscriptions? With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell there were 3 saint inscriptions inscribed on Zhao Feng's saint weapon. As for what kind of saint inscriptions the 3 saint inscriptions were, due to the distance and the fact that he could not focus on them, he could not tell at once. However, he was certain of one thing. Among the 3 saint inscriptions, there was at most a 3-star saint inscription. This was also the standard saint weapon of the Moon Illumination sect's inner court elders. As for the saint weapon inscribed with 2 3-star saint inscriptions, only the few saint stage powerhouses, including the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, possessed it. As for the saint weapon inscribed with 3 3-star saint inscriptions, only Bai Li Hong possessed it. Naturally, there was another person who possessed it now. It was him, Bai Li Hong's junior brother. Duan Lingtian, take this. After taking out the saint weapon, Zhao Feng did not waste any time. With a flash of his body, he charged toward Duan Lingtian, as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. In his hand, the long rod was waved around like a gust of wind. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to have stagnated as waves of rolling and vast airwaves surged out. Along with the sound of air exploding, it transformed into a swift gust of wind. The gust of wind blew in his face, exposing Duan Lingtian to the gust of wind from Zhao Feng's rod. Whoosh! Whoosh! As Zhao Feng charged toward Duan Lingtian, two waves of true energy surged out of his body and transformed into a gigantic saber and a gigantic beast. They slashed toward Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon and pounced toward Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon. Naturally, the gigantic beast's body kept trembling as it moved forward. However, it was consolidated by Zhao Feng's true energy consolidated beast technique after all. No matter how scared it was, it could only brace itself and charge forward. At the same time, the air around the divine dragon phenomenon suddenly trembled. It was Zhao Feng controlling the gravity field, concentrating the gravity as much as possible in a short period of time, in an attempt to suppress the divine dragon phenomenon. His goal was quickly achieved. The divine dragon phenomenon was pressed down a little by the gravity. At this time, the gigantic saber and the gigantic beast arrived. Roar! At this moment, the suppressed divine dragon phenomenon suddenly raised its proud head and roared toward the sky, emitting a deafening dragon's roar. As the dragon's roar sounded, the air trembled and ripples spread out. The dragon's majesty was not to be offended. The divine dragon phenomenon that Duan Lingtian had consolidated by means of true energy consolidated beast seemed to have turned into a real dragon at this moment. As proud as it was, it naturally would not be willing to be suppressed by Zhao Feng's gravity field. In an instant, the gravity that Zhao Feng had put on the divine dragon phenomenon was shattered by the divine dragon phenomenon. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye, and there was no time for anyone to react. Although Zhao Feng was shocked by the existence of the divine dragon phenomenon, he was secretly relieved when he saw the divine dragon phenomenon shatter the gravity of his gravity field. After it had defeated his god weapon phenomenon and gigantic beast phenomenon, it gradually faded and disappeared. His goal could be considered to have been achieved. His goal was to disperse the divine dragon Dharma idol. Then, before Duan Lingtian could consolidate the divine dragon phenomenon again, he would kill Duan Lingtian first. Although he was not afraid of Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon, he had to admit that Duan Lingtian's divine dragon phenomenon could threaten him to a certain extent. Whoosh! In the face of the menacing Zhao Feng, Duan Lingtian's giant sword phenomenon, which had been consolidated by means of true energy consolidated weapon, shot out immediately to meet the long staff in Zhao Feng's hand. The result was not out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. His giant sword phenomenon was destroyed by the long staff in Zhao Feng's hand in the blink of an eye, without any resistance. Chapter 1529. Thousand Mass Saint Inscription, Void Breach Saint Inscription, and the Overlapping Saint Inscription. When Zhao Feng's staff destroyed the gigantic sword phenomenon, Duan Lingtian had already seen through the saint inscription energy contained in them. The saint inscription energy originated from two 2-star saint inscriptions and a 3-star saint inscription. The Thousand Mass Saint Inscription and the Void Breach Saint Inscription were 2-star saint inscriptions. The Overlapping Saint Inscription was a 3-star saint inscription. The Thousand Mass Saint Inscription was the saint inscription on Feng Fan's broadsword. After Feng Fan's death, the Thousand Mass broadsword became Duan Lingtian's trophy. The Void Breach Saint Inscription was a 2-star saint inscription that could offset air resistance to a certain extent. The Overlapping Saint Inscription was a 3-star saint inscription that could stack energy to a certain extent and display more power. Although it was not as exaggerated as 1+1, it was still a significant improvement. Duan Lingtian had heard about these two saint inscriptions from his senior brother, Bai Li Hong. The The saint inscription on the saint weapon in Zhao Feng's hand was personally inscribed by Bai Lihong. If Bai Lihong found out that Zhao Feng had used the saint inscription, he personally inscribed to deal with his junior brother, Duan Lingtian, he would be so angry that he would not be able to control himself. Colossal Arrow Bell. Duan Lingtian did not dodge Zhao Feng's aggressive staff attack, because he knew it would be difficult for him to dodge it. At this moment, he successfully cast the only defensive technique in the colossal aerolite arrow skill, with the aerolite shower that he had long prepared. At this moment, the aerolite shower transformed into tens of thousands of arrow rays. It was as though they were alive, as they quickly circled around Duan Lingtian's body to form a layer of defense. It was like an eggshell defense. From afar, the eggshell looked like a bell. To be more precise, it was shaped like a bell, a gigantic bell. Duan Lingtian was enveloped by the gigantic bell. You want to block my full force attack? Dream on. Zhao Feng had a mocking smile on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian had chosen to defend himself. At this moment, he was almost certain Duan Lingtian was only a perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator. If Duan Lingtian was a martial cultivator above the paramount saint rudiment stage, it was impossible for him to not use the true energy consolidated territory to set up his territory. Boom, 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 boom. The staff in Zhao Feng's hand carried the power of wind and thunder. Everywhere it passed, there was a deafening sound. In the blink of an eye, he was only a foot away from the giant bell outside the Duan Lingtian. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the staff in Zhao Feng's hand viciously landed on the huge bell, causing the entire bell to tremble. It tottered as if it could collapse at any moment. With the pole as the center, the void trembled. Rolling waves of air swept out, setting off gusts of wind. For a time, wherever the gale passed, the calm sea in the distance was affected. Waves rose up into the sky and did not stop for a long time. What a powerful defensive technique! In the sky, the purple bird exclaimed in a low voice. This defensive technique has already surpassed the human rank saint grade martial tactic. It seems like the human rank saint grade martial tactic that he cultivated is not simple. A top human rank saint grade martial tactic. The black-clad lady, Chi Mei, an assassin from the mountainshade black market, muttered. What's his origin? Let alone a mere seventh-rate force like the Moon Illumination sect. Even a sixth-rate force might not be able to possess such a human rank saint grade martial tactic. Even a fifth-rate force would not have many human rank saint grade martial tactics like this. The purple bird added. Impossible. Zhao Feng, who was originally full of confidence, had a look of disbelief on his face when he realized that although his full force attack had destroyed Duan Lingtian's defense, it had consumed 80 to 90% of his strength. He could not figure out how a perfection saint rudiment stage martial cultivator could possess such a powerful defense. Unfortunately, he was destined to never be able to figure it out. Aerolite strike. When Zhao Feng destroyed the arrow bell formed by Duan Lingtian's colossal arrow bell, Duan Lingtian, who had been accumulating his strength in the arrow bell since the beginning, finally shot out his most powerful arrow. True energy swept out from his chi and gathered on his hands through the 99 saint veins in his body. Whoosh! The moment the arrow was shot out, the world turned cold. At this moment, it was as though the breathtaking arrow was the only thing left in heaven and earth. Before Zhao Feng regained his senses, the arrow pierced through the space between his brows, killing him instantly. Until the moment before his death, Zhao Feng still could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was able to cast such a powerful defense. He had never thought he would not be able to break Duan Lingtian's defense, so he did not leave any room for maneuver. As a result, he was killed by Duan Lingtian's arrow when he was caught off guard. A martial cultivator at the peak of the paramount saint rudiment stage had died a miserable death. However, there was no mercy in a world where the strong were respected. If one died, one would naturally become a skeleton. The winner was king while the loser was a bandit. Nothing's impossible. After killing Zhao Feng and taking his spatial ring, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and destroyed Zhao Feng's corpse with a wave of his hand. He was responding to Zhao Feng's words. Naturally, It was impossible for Zhao Feng to hear him. The colossal arrow bell is indeed worthy of being called a defensive technique that's comparable to an Earth-rank Saint-grade martial tactic. I used my 99 Saint veins to channel my true energy and continuously supplied it to the arrow bell, and it actually neutralized more than 80% of Zhao Feng's strength. Although Duan Lingtian knew the colossal arrow bell's defense was powerful, it was his first time using it against an enemy. Due to this reason, it was his first time realizing how terrifying the colossal arrow bell was. Who was Zhao Feng? He was a paramount Saint rudiment stage powerhouse. Even an eminent Saint stage martial cultivator would not dare to say he would be able to withstand a full force attack from a Saint weapon inscribed with 2 2-star Saint inscriptions and 1 3-star Saint inscription. However, Duan Lingtian dared to do so. Although he did not completely withstand the attack, he managed to neutralize most of Zhao Feng's strength, causing Zhao Feng to be unable to withstand his next arrow. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that he was able to kill Zhao Feng so easily because Zhao Feng had underestimated him from the beginning. In other words, he had underestimated the colossal arrow bell he had used. Otherwise, even if he could kill Zhao Feng, it would not have been so easy. It's a pity that Lu Huan didn't follow me. It seems like I'll have to wait until the next time I go back to kill Lu Huan, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He still felt it was a pity. However, he felt relieved when he thought about it again. With his current strength, it would not be difficult for him to kill Lu Huan if he had the chance. After killing Zhao Feng, Duan Lingtian continued to make his way back to Half Moon Island. With his current strength, it would not take long for him to return to Half Moon Island. Previously, it took him a long time to travel from Half Moon Island to the Dao Martial Saint Land because he did not know the way and had no direction. He had taken many unnecessary detours. However, this time, he was able to confirm the direction. Duan Lingtian did not notice that a person and a bird were following him closely. He killed a paramount Saint rudiment stage martial cultivator with a cultivation base at the perfection Saint rudiment stage. I can't believe he's so capable. The purple bird sighed. However, there was a hint of displeasure in its tone. Naturally, it was displeased because Duan Lingtian did not give it a chance to attack. It did not have a chance to attack. Although Qi Mei did not say anything, the way she looked at Duan Lingtian was different. At the same time she muttered, "I hope you don't have an intimate relationship with her. Otherwise, even if I don't want to kill you, I don't have a choice." While Duan Lingtian continued his journey after killing Zhao Feng, it was not peaceful in the Moon Illumination sect. After the Moon Illumination sect's inner court, it was the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area. Apart from inner court elders and above, everyone else was forbidden from entering the forbidden area. Those who violated the rules would be expelled from the sect or killed on the spot. The Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area was the cultivation place of the few Saint stage powerhouses, including the sect leader. At this moment, in one of the Saint stage powerhouses' cultivation places, a sorrowful cry suddenly resonated in a spacious mansion. The tragic cry was filled with extreme anger. In the mansion, a short old man's eyes turned red as he looked at the soul pearl fragments on the table in front of him. "Zhao Feng is dead? Who did it?" The old man's voice was deep, but it was filled with endless anger. "Junior Uncle Qian." At this moment, a voice full of vigor came from outside. "Sect leader." The old man left his mansion in just a blink of an eye. When he appeared again, he was already outside the mansion. He stood in front of a tall middle-aged man with a jade-like face and greeted him in his deep voice. The tall middle-aged man stood there. Every movement he made was majestic. It was obvious he had been in a high position for a long time. Based on how the old man addressed him, he was none other than Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect. "Junior Uncle Qian, what happened?" Jiang Wei asked. His residence was close to the old man's, so he was the first to hear the old man's cries of grief. "Sect leader Zhao Feng is dead," the old man said in his deep voice. "Zhao Feng is dead?" Jiang Wei was shocked when he heard the old man's words. Although Zhao Feng was only an inner sect elder, he was very clear about the relationship between Zhao Feng and the old man in front of him. Zhao Feng was once the direct disciple of the old man in front of him secretly. Later on, for some reason, the old man did not publicize their relationship. He did not ask Zhao Feng to go through the apprenticeship ceremony as well. Due to this reason, Zhao Feng did not really become his disciple. Due to this reason, not many people in the sect knew about the relationship between Zhao Feng and the old man. However, Jiang Wei had heard from his master, the former sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, about the old man and Zhao Feng. He said Zhao Feng might be the old man's illegitimate son. Due to this reason, the old man did not officially accept Zhao Feng as his direct disciple. No matter who killed Zhao Feng, I'll find him even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, the old man said through clenched teeth. The old man's face was so ferocious that even Jiang Wei found it strange at this moment. Junior Uncle Qian, I'll investigate this matter right away. Just wait for the news, Jiang Wei said to the old man. He did not dare to neglect this old man's matter at all. Chapter 1530. After Jiang Wei left the Moon Illumination sect's forbidden area, he immediately went to Zhao Feng's mansion in the inner court and asked the people there. Soon after, he learned that Zhao Feng had come out of closed-door cultivation a while ago and had contacted the inner court elder Lu Huan. He had left his mansion yesterday and had yet to return. Jiang Wei knew very well that Zhao Feng would never return. This was because he was already dead. Lu Huan. After leaving Zhao Feng's mansion, Jiang Wei went straight to Lu Huan. When he arrived at Lu Huan's mansion, he happened to see a familiar figure walking out. Elder Bai Li? Jiang Wei was a little surprised when he saw Bai Li Hong walking out of Lu Huan's mansion. Currently, Bai Li Hong and Lu Huan should be at loggerheads. After all, Bai Li Hong's junior brother was from Mound Hill City. He was the disciple of Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City. Jiang Wei knew very well about the enmity between Feng Hui and Lu Huan. He had even thought that Bai Li Hong might come to him and ask him to kill Lu Huan. If Bai Li Hong really came to him, he would not be able to reject him. Although Lu Huan was also an inner court elder in the Moon Illumination sect, he was nothing compared to Bai Li Hong. To put it bluntly, if Lu Huan's position in the Moon Illumination sect was compared to Bai Li Hong's position in the sect, he was not even qualified to clean Bai Li Hong's shoes. Who was Bai Li Hong? A 3-star Saint Inscription Master. In the entire 9-sect Alliances district, apart from the Mountainshade Black Market's Saint Inscription Master, there were only 2 3-star Saint Inscription Masters. Due to this reason, no matter if it was him or the other few Moon Illumination sect's supreme elders, they were all very polite when they faced Bai Li Hong. They were afraid that they would offend Bai Li Hong due to some minor details. In fact, Bai Li Hong was very popular in the eyes of the other 8 great sects and the Mountainshade Black Market. All these years, the 8 great sects and the Mountainshade Black Market had extended an olive branch to Bai Li Hong, but they were all rejected by him. The reason he rejected them was because he felt a sense of belonging to the Moon Illumination sect, and he was grateful to the Moon Illumination sect for taking care of him all these years. Due to this reason, the group of Moon Illumination sect's high-ranking officials, including Jiang Wei, the sect leader of Moon Illumination sect, had always maintained a sense of propriety when they faced Bai Li Hong. Just like now, when Jiang Wei greeted Bai Li Hong, a rare gentle smile appeared on his stern face. Sect leader. Bai Li Hong was surprised to see Jiang Wei. Sect master, are you here to look for Elder Lu Huan? Exactly. Jiang Wei nodded with a smile. Then I won't disturb sect master any longer. Bai Li Hong said goodbye to Jiang Wei and left. Now that half a day had passed, he was no longer worried that Lu Huan would be able to catch up with his junior brother, who was on his way back to his hometown. Meanwhile, in Lu Huan's mansion, Lu Huan, who had just sent Bai Li Hong off, turned around and heard a stuttering voice. Sect leader. The stuttering voice came from an inner court disciple standing at the entrance of Lu Huan's mansion. He was also Lu Huan's in-name disciple. Of course, a nominal disciple was actually just someone who did odd jobs, and their status was completely incomparable to a personal disciple. Sect leader? Lu Huan was shocked when he heard the stuttering voice coming from behind. He immediately turned around. With just a glance, he saw a tall and majestic middle-aged man standing nearby looking at him calmly. Elder Lu Huan, sect leader, why are you here? When Lu Huan saw Jiang Wei, he could not help but have a shocked expression on his face. In fact, Jiang Wei had never come to his mansion before this. Although he was an inner court elder, he was ranked at the bottom among the group of inner court elders in the Moon Illumination sect. Usually, he would not even be part of the decision-making team in the sect. Due to this reason, he rarely had the chance to meet the sect leader alone, let alone the fact that the sect leader personally came to his mansion to look for him. At this moment, while Lu Huan was overwhelmed by the favor, he respectfully led Jiang Wei in. Sect leader, please. Along the way, Lu Huan nodded and bowed. He looked like an obedient dog that would bite whoever he was told to bite. The current Lu Huan was like a completely different person, compared to the Lu Huan who was flaunting his prowess in Han River City not long ago. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. In the main hall of Lu Huan's mansion, Lu Huan respectfully led Jiang Wei to the main seat, while he stood on the lower side. Jiang Wei did not stand on ceremony and sat down, displaying the aura of a sect leader. Sect leader, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Huan asked nervously as he stood there. Although he was flattered that the sect leader came to look for him, when he suppressed the excitement in his mind, he realized that things were not as simple as it seemed. There must be something that the sect leader came to look for him. It was impossible that he was here to have a chat. Lu Huan immediately thought of Duan Lingtian and Bai Li Hong. Don't tell me Bai Li Hong asked the sect leader to get rid of me? The moment Lu Huan thought of this, his heart jolted. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this possibility before. But so what if he thought of it? Could he leave the Moon Illumination sect? He, Lu Huan, had been in the Moon Illumination sect all his life, and had long rooted himself in the sect. He was unwilling to leave the sect to make a living. Due to this reason, he had always hoped that Bai Li Hong would not do that. After all, he was very cooperative. When Bai Li Hong came to threaten him previously, he did not show any resistance at all. It must be because of something else. After taking a deep breath, Lu Huan, who was feeling uneasy, began to comfort himself. Did you look for Elder Zhao Feng after he came out of closed-door cultivation? Jiang Wei looked at Lu Huan and asked nonchalantly. Yes. Although Lu Huan did not know why Jiang Wei asked this, he nodded and answered. This was not a secret. Many people in Zhao Feng's mansion knew that he had gone to see Zhao Feng. Didn't Zhao Feng go after Duan Lingtian? Why is the sect leader asking about Zhao Feng at such a coincidence? Lu Huan thought it was strange. Do you know that Elder Zhao Feng left yesterday? Jiang Wei asked again. No. Lu Huan shook his head with a confused expression on his face. Sect leader, did something happen to Elder Zhao Feng? Naturally, he knew that Zhao Feng had left the sect yesterday and was lurking outside. However, how could he admit that he knew about it? After all, the matter of him and Zhao Feng conspiring to kill Duan Lingtian couldn't be brought out into the open. Elder Zhao Feng is dead. Jiang Wei looked at Lu Huan and said nonchalantly. Elder Zhao Feng was dead. When Jiang Wei's words entered Lu Huan's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. He was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. Elder Zhao Feng is dead? When Lu Huan regained his senses, he was also dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with shock, and he did not know what to do. Naturally, this was Lu Huan's instinctive reaction. Upon seeing this, Jiang Wei realized that Zhao Feng's death had nothing to do with Lu Huan. Based on Lu Huan's expression, it did not seem like he was lying. However, how could he have known that Lu Huan was frightened? Because he had never thought that something like this would happen. Zhao Feng was dead. He knew very well what Zhao Feng had gone to do. Originally, as far as he was concerned, Zhao Feng would surely be able to achieve his objective and kill Duan Lingtian, who was a great threat to him. He was already waiting for Zhao Feng to return, so that he could hold a celebratory feast. However, before Zhao Feng returned, the sect leader had already come to look for him. Moreover, he had brought him such shocking news. Zhao Feng went to kill Duan Lingtian. Bai Li Hong has been with me all this while, so it's impossible for him to have done it. In other words, someone else must have killed Elder Xiaofeng? The moment Lu Huan thought of this, he shuddered again. Naturally, it did not cross his mind that it was Duan Lingtian who had killed Xiaofeng. Even if Duan Lingtian had good innate talent and had broken through to the Saint Rudiment stage, Lu Huan did not care about him at all. From the beginning until the end, he had regarded Duan Lingtian as an ant. If it was not for Bai Li Hong, Duan Lingtian would have died a long time ago. Even if he did not die in his hands, he would have died in the hands of the Mountainshade Black Market's assassins. Xiaofeng is dead. He must have offended some powerhouse on his way here, and was killed by that powerhouse. I wonder if that powerhouse had already killed Duan Lingtian before he killed Xiaofeng. At this moment, Lu Huan was not thinking about Xiaofeng's death. He was more concerned about whether Duan Lingtian was still alive or not. Whether Xiaofeng was dead or not had nothing to do with him. He did not care at all. What he cared about was whether Duan Lingtian was still alive or not. As long as Duan Lingtian was still alive, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. From the beginning until the end, not only did Lu Huan not think it was Duan Lingtian who had killed Xiaofeng, but he also did not think the powerhouse who had killed Xiaofeng had anything to do with Duan Lingtian. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was just a country boy. If he was not a country boy, how could he have become the disciple of his sworn enemy, Feng Hui, the city governor of Mound Hill City, who had a lowly position? How could a country boy have such a powerhouse protecting him? Naturally, it was not that he did not think it was possible that Bai Li Hong had hired a powerhouse to protect Duan Lingtian. However, when he thought about it again, he felt that something was amiss. If Bai Li Hong had really hired a powerhouse who was strong enough to kill Xiaofeng to protect Duan Lingtian, why would he stay here for half a day to watch over him and prevent him from leaving the sect to chase after Duan Lingtian? Due to this reason, he ruled out this possibility. In this case, the only possibility he had was that a powerhouse who had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian had killed Xiaofeng. Keep this to yourself. Don't tell anyone about it, Jiang Wei said indifferently as he looked at Lu Huan. Jiang Wei glanced at Lu Huan indifferently. As Lu Huan repeatedly responded, Jiang Wei's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Lu Huan secretly broke out in cold sweat. I hope Xiaofeng has already killed Duan Lingtian before he was killed. Otherwise, I'll have to put in more effort in the future. Lu Huan muttered to himself. However, Xiaofeng was really unlucky. He was killed the first time he came out after being in closed-door cultivation for so long. However, it's fortunate that I'm not the one who chased after Duan Lingtian this time. Otherwise, I might be the one who died. Chapter 1531. Due to Lu Huan's lack of cooperation, Xiaofeng's death became a mystery in the Moon Illumination sect. Of course, not many people knew that Xiaofeng was dead. Even Bai Li Hong did not receive any news about it. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian finally saw the little black dot that appeared in the sea ahead after a long journey. As he traveled at full speed, the little black dot continued to grow bigger and eventually transformed into an island. It was a vast island that was shrouded in clouds and mist. It was difficult to see the entire island. Half Moon Island. It had been 3 years since he left Half Moon Island. Now that he saw Half Moon Island again, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a little strange. Homesick. That was how Duan Lingtian felt at the moment. However, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as soon as he thought about his 2 fiancées and the children in their wombs. Little Fair, I'm back, Duan Lingtian muttered as he stood outside Half Moon Island. However, after entering the sky above Half Moon Island, Duan Lingtian noticed something was wrong with the atmosphere before he could pass through the clouds and mist and enter the island. What's going on? Duan Lingtian frowned. He could not pinpoint what was wrong at the moment. All he could feel was that the atmosphere on Half Moon Island was not normal. Soon, Duan Lingtian passed through the clouds and mist and saw Half Moon Island in its entirety. With just a glance, his face turned extremely pale. The scene in front of him seemed to have transformed into a giant hammer that slammed on his chest. It shook him so much that he could not calm down for a long time. What exactly did Duan Lingtian see that caused him to lose his composure like that? The current Half Moon Island had almost turned into a wasteland. The original Half Moon Island was covered in green, and the air was fresh. It was like a paradise on Earth. However, the current Half Moon Island was full of potholes and dried blood stains could be seen everywhere. Not only that, but the Lingtian sect's encampment that originally stood in the middle of Half Moon Island had also turned into ruins. One could vaguely see some remains inside. Looking at the characteristics of the remains, it was obvious that they had been dead for a long time. How could this be? How could this be? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. He was completely dumbfounded. It was as if his heart had been hollowed out. Unknowingly, a scarlet color had appeared in his eyes. Who did it? Who did it? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had almost lost his mind. Not only were his two fiancées the ones he cared about the most, but there were also his friends and family, as well as the disciples of the Lingtian sect. And now, this place had turned into ruins. The ruins were filled with wreckage. He didn't dare to think further. With his heart trembling, Duan Lingtian flew out and prepared to take a look at the ruins of the Lingtian sect's encampment. He knew in his heart that at this moment, even if he was unwilling to face it, he had to face it. He had to confirm whether his two fiancées were still alive. He had to confirm whether his friends and family were still alive. Master. Just as Duan Lingtian approached the ruins of the Lingtian sect's encampment, and his heart was beating extremely fast, a familiar voice rang in his ears. When the voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, it was like rain in a drought. Gold Thug. He could tell that the voice belonged to Gold Thug. Gold Thug was the golden hellhound that he had subdued in the past. After a while, Gold Thug came from afar and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. When he saw Duan Lingtian, his eyes turned red. Gold Thug. What's going on? Duan Lingtian's voice trembled slightly. He could not control his emotions at all. Master, come with me. After informing Duan Lingtian, Gold Thug brought Duan Lingtian to the east of Half Moon Island. In the end, they arrived at a mountain ridge in the east of Half Moon Island. They arrived at a quiet and remote valley. There were wooden houses erected in the valley. At this moment, two figures that Duan Lingtian was extremely familiar with stood at the entrance of one of the wooden houses. Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the two of them. He was the one who suggested bringing them to Half Moon Island. If anything happened to them, he would never be able to forgive himself for the rest of his life. Especially Feng Wu Dao. If anything happened to Feng Wu Dao, how was he going to explain to Tian Wu when he saw her in the future? Uncle Feng, teacher. In a flash, Duan Lingtian disappeared from Gold Thug's side. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation and speed, Feng Wu Dao and Sima Changfeng could not react at all. They only looked at Duan Lingtian when they heard Duan Lingtian's voice. They were a little excited when they saw Duan Lingtian. Lingtian, you're finally back. Feng Wu Dao took a deep breath. Even though he had lived for most of his life, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian. Although Sima Changfeng did not say anything, one could tell from his expression that he was not calm. Young master. At the same time, a sturdy middle-aged man walked out of a wooden house. When he saw Duan Lingtian, he was inexplicably excited. Xiongquan. When he saw the sturdy middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Another huge rock in his heart was lifted. Duan Lingtian is back? At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw Nangong Chen, Nangong Yi, and Chen Xiaoshui. They were all alive and well. At that moment, the huge rock in Duan Lingtian's heart was lifted one after another. At that moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the two wooden houses that were further away. At that moment, only the people in those two wooden houses had not come out. His heart was filled with anticipation and apprehension. Would it be Kerr and Little Fair? Also, where were Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold? Were they here too? Finally, one of the wooden houses opened, and a person walked out. Sect leader. It was a woman. When she walked out, she saw Duan Lingtian immediately. Her face and eyes were filled with excitement. Luo Ping. The woman who walked out was none other than the vice-sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Luo Ping. "Madam, the sect leader is back." When he saw Luo Ping walking towards the wooden house at the side, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with excitement. Only Kerr and little Fei, could be called Madam by Luo Ping. A moment later, the door of the wooden house opened, and a fragrant wind blew past. A graceful figure flew out and pounced on Duan Lingtian. Without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian opened his arms and hugged the beauty. "Kerr, I'm late." Duan Lingtian hugged the beauty and muttered, "Young master." The beauty in Duan Lingtian's arms was one of his two fiancés, Kerr. Unknowingly, Kerr's trembling body had calmed down. In the end, she actually fell asleep in Duan Lingtian's arms. At this moment, the purple sparrow's eyes widened when it saw Kerr's face in Duan Lingtian's arms. "Sister, she looks exactly like you. Is she the person you're looking for?" "I've finally found her," Chi Mei, who was covered in black martial arts attire, muttered. Her tone was neither happy nor sad, and no emotions could be detected. "Sect leader, Madam hasn't slept for a long time." Luo Ping sighed, and explained when she saw Duan Lingtian looking at Kerr worriedly. What exactly happened? Duan Lingtian, who gently hugged Kerr in his arms so that she could rest better, lost the gentleness on his face. It was replaced by gloom and anger. 3 years ago, when he left, Half Moon Island was peaceful and peaceful. 3 years later, when he returned, Half Moon Island was already in ruins. 3 years had passed and things had changed. Let me tell you. Just when everyone was looking at each other, Xiongquan clenched his teeth and took a step forward. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian learned about the ins and outs of the matter as Xiongquan spoke. Nearly a year ago, a golden-robed middle-aged man, who called himself Diju, came to Half Moon Island. As soon as he appeared, he suppressed all the powerhouses on Half Moon Island. 2 of the 3 island masters of Half Moon Island had died in that battle. Later on, Diju asked the crowd who killed Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island. Naturally, the crowd did not know about this. Didn't Di Yong, the island master of Half Moon Island, leave by himself? Moreover, before he left, he handed Half Moon Island to the sect leader of Ling Tian sect, Duan Lingtian. Facing the confused crowd, Diju was enraged. He then started a massacre on Half Moon Island. At once, the entire Half Moon Island fell into doomsday. In his rage, Diju, who seemed to have lost his mind, transformed into a golden 5-clawed divine dragon and started a one-sided massacre on Half Moon Island. In just a blink of an eye, most of the people on Half Moon Island were dead. Meanwhile, the group of people was lucky enough to escape from Half Moon Island. "Where's little Fei? Where's little black, little white, and little gold?" Duan Lingtian's eyes were bloodshot. His heart was filled with worry. In the chaos, Sister Fei and I were separated. At that time, little black, little white, and little gold were by her side. Unknowingly, Kuer, who had been awakened by Duan Lingtian, who had lost control of his emotions, said in disappointment. A worried expression could be seen on her beautiful face. "When we separated, I saw them break out of the encirclement with my own eyes. Moreover, after we came back, we searched the surroundings, but we didn't find any bodies that were suspected to be theirs. Therefore, it's highly likely that they're still alive." Feng Wudao said. "It's highly likely that they're still alive?" Upon hearing Feng Wudao's words, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. "It's good that they're still alive. What about the others?" Duan Lingtian asked again. "As for the others, other than those who were not on Half Moon Island, almost all of them are dead." Luo Ping's eyes dimmed as she sighed in disappointment. Zhang San is dead, Li Si is dead, and the 3 island masters of Half Moon Island are dead as well. All of them were dead. Upon hearing that, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat again. Diju, a golden 5-clawed divine dragon, a 5-clawed golden dragon. Chapter 1532. How arrogant of you! Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, a thunderous voice resonated from afar. The voice was so loud that it caused Feng Wudao and the others' expressions to change. It was not because of the voice that appeared out of nowhere, but it was because the voice was not unfamiliar to them. The reason Half Moon Island became like this was all because of this person. I was wondering why they came back after they ran away. It turns out that they were waiting for you. In that case, you're the new master of Half Moon Island, the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, Duan Ling Tian? As the voice rang out once again, another figure appeared in the secluded and quiet valley. It was a middle-aged man in a golden robe who had a sturdy body like an iron tower. He stood in the air and looked down at Duan Ling Tian with a judging gaze. His face was filled with coldness. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt an irresistible spiritual energy sweeping towards him. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded his entire body, causing him to feel as though he was being watched. At this moment, he felt that he could no longer hide anything from the golden-robed middle-aged man. You're more powerful than them, but you're only at the perfection Saint rudiment stage. How dare you boast shamelessly that you're going to settle the score with me and the dragons? The golden-robed middle-aged man, who was the five-clawed golden dragon, Diju, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile. His tone was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. You're Diju. Duan Ling Tian's face turned grave as he stared at the golden-robed middle-aged man in front of him. He immediately guessed his identity. The fact that Diju could see through his cultivation base meant that he was at the saint stage or above. Moreover, he seemed to be an adult five-clawed divine dragon. That's right. I'm Diju. I'm the one who destroyed Half Moon Island. Didn't you say you're going to settle the score with me? I'm standing right in front of you now, and I'm curious how you're going to settle the score with me. Diju stared at Duan Ling Tian, as the mocking smile on his face grew even wider. Duan Ling Tian's face turned even gloomier. Diju's words made him feel a little ashamed. When he said he would settle the score with Diju and the dragons, naturally, he was not talking about the current situation. He was not arrogant enough to think that he could fight against Diju and the dragons. All of a sudden, Diju, who had been staring at Duan Ling Tian, had a horrified expression on his face as he shouted sternly, Duan Ling Tian, why do you have my son's aura on you? Your son. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Stop playing dumb. My son is Di Yong, the former island master of Half Moon Island. Diju snorted coldly. Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Ling Tian understood many things. As it turned out, Diju was Di Yong's father. As for why Diju would come looking for him, and knew that Di Yong was killed, he could roughly guess it. It must be because Diju had Di Yong's soul pearl in his hands. Diju would naturally find out about Di Yong's death. So you're Di Yong's father. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's expression returned to its usual calmness, as he continued to say nonchalantly, Di Yong said that he wanted to go to the Dao Martial Saint Land, and temporarily handed Half Moon Island to me. Apart from that, as a reward for managing Half Moon Island, he also gave me a drop of his blood essence. Perhaps, this is the reason why you said I have his aura on me. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he was still expressionless. One could not tell if he was happy or angry. My son's blood essence? No wonder, no wonder. Diju nodded. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was a cold killing intent in his eyes. I've heard many people talking about this before. If it wasn't for the fact that I know it's impossible for my son to leave Half Moon Island, let alone go to the Dao Martial Saint Land, I'm afraid I would have been deceived by all of you. When Diju reached the end of his sentence, he sneered. Impossible? In this world, nothing is impossible. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly, perhaps you don't know this. Back then, I made Diju swear on the lightning penalty oath that before his cultivation base broke through to the saint stage, he's not allowed to leave Half Moon Island, let alone go to the Dao Martial Saint Land. Diju had an expression that said, you can stop pretending. Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Ling Tian's heart skipped a beat. That Di Yong actually swore on such an oath? As for the reason why Di Yong, who was possessed by a soul, and whose body had been taken over, left Half Moon Island, Duan Ling Tian could guess a little of it. It was because Di Yong's soul had changed. The lightning penalty oath recognized the soul of the person who swore on it, not the body. Although I don't know how you obtained my son's blood essence, I'm certain that you're related to my son's death. The gaze that Diju used to look at Duan Ling Tian turned colder and colder. causing Duan Lingtian to feel as though he had fallen into an ice cave. Tell me, how did my son die? As long as you tell the truth and swear on the lightning penalty, oath that you're telling the truth, I'll let the rest of you go except for you. As Diju spoke, he glanced at Kerr, who was next to Duan Lingtian, Feng Wudao, Sima and the rest. At once, Feng Wudao and the rest were on guard, as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Duan Lingtian, ignore him. Let's not talk about whether he's telling the truth or not. Even if he's really willing to let us go, I don't know about the others, but I can forget about living comfortably for the rest of my life. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoshui shouted loudly, and stood next to Duan Lingtian, in just a blink of an eye. With a lift of his hand, a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at Diju. Lingtian boy, although there's nobody who's not afraid of death, I, Feng Wudao, am willing to walk with you to the end today. Feng Wudao took a step forward, and stood next to Duan Lingtian, as he said frankly. Although Sima Changfeng did not say anything, his action undoubtedly showed that he was as determined as Feng Wudao. Subsequently, whether it was Xiong Quan, the Gold Thug, or the Nangong brothers, they also stood next to Duan Lingtian. They chose to advance and retreat together with Duan Lingtian. They could not bear to watch Duan Lingtian die while they continued to live. At this moment, Luo Ping was the only one left who was hesitating. Although she did not want to betray Duan Lingtian, she felt fear from the bottom of her heart when faced with Diju, who was so powerful that he was invincible. If it was possible, she hoped that she could survive. How touching. However, it seems like there's someone who's more willing to let you die while she lives alone. As Diju spoke, his gaze landed on Luo Ping, causing her to feel as though she was facing a great enemy. Duan Lingtian felt warmth from the bottom of his heart when he saw Feng Wudao, Sima Changfeng, Chen Xiaoshui, and the rest's attitude. Although he was a little disappointed with Luo Ping's indecisiveness, he did not blame her. After all, the matter today was a matter of life and death to him. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed that Kerr's slender and jade-like hand had already grabbed his hand without him noticing. She held it very tightly. It was obvious that she wanted to advance and retreat together with him, and live and die together. With such a wife, what more could a husband ask for? Duan Lingtian's gaze was as gentle as water. However, after this gentleness, it was as though he had made up his mind. Boom! Accompanied by a sudden loud bang. Diju did not seem to have made any move, but Luo Ping's entire body exploded and turned into nothingness. Not a single drop of blood could be seen. It was as though she had completely evaporated. The technique that Diju displayed caused Duan Lingtian's mood to turn even gloomier. Powerful. Too powerful. Diju's strength made him feel powerless from the bottom of his heart. It was so much so that it was difficult for him to even have the thought of resisting. He had no doubt that as long as Diju was willing, he could easily kill everyone, including him, with just a wave of his hand. I've helped you get rid of the person who was disloyal to you. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Diju looked straight at Duan Lingtian as he asked nonchalantly. Although his tone was calm, it contained a murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. Is what you said true? However, Duan Lingtian did not have any intention of thanking Diju. Instead, he changed the topic and asked nonchalantly, "Of course it's true." When Diju realized what Duan Lingtian was asking, his eyes lit up all of a sudden. He continued to say nonchalantly, "To me they're just ants. Whether they're alive or dead, it doesn't affect me at all. Who knows if you'll go back on your words or not?" Duan Lingtian smirked. "If I wanted to take their lives, I would have done it when they came back from Half Moon Island." Diju sneered. What he said was the truth. If he wanted to take Kerr and the rest's lives, they would not have survived until now. Do you dare to say that you don't have any other motive for keeping them alive? Duan Lingtian did not buy Diju's words as he asked nonchalantly, "Then what do you want?" Diju frowned and asked in an unfriendly tone, "Unless you swear on the lightning penalty, oath that you won't do anything to them, as long as I cooperate with you." Duan Lingtian said, "Brat, you're the first person who dares to ask my Diju to swear on the lightning penalty oath." Diju said coldly, It's up to you whether you want to know the cause of your son's death or not. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Looks like I'm right. You really do know about it. Diju's eyes turned even colder. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to know the cause of his son's death, he would have killed Duan Lingtian right away. At this moment, Kerr and the rest also realized what Duan Lingtian was trying to do. Duan Lingtian wanted to sacrifice himself to save their lives. Young Master Kerr will live and die with you. If you die, Kerr will definitely not live alone. Kerr tightened her grip on Duan Lingtian's hand. Her tone was filled with determination. Lingtian brat, there's no one who's afraid of death by your side now. He's powerful, but don't even think about making us compromise. Feng Wudao added. Sima Changfeng, and the rest chimed in as well. Everyone, I've made up my mind. Let's leave it at that. Of course, the prerequisite is that this person has to swear on the lightning penalty oath. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Diju. Humph. Diju, whose expression was extremely gloomy, finally chose to compromise. He swore on the lightning penalty oath in front of Duan Lingtian and the rest. Brat, can you tell us now? Chapter 1533. However, Duan Lingtian had no intention of bothering with Diju for the time being. He immediately looked at Kerr, whose face was stained with tears, and said with a smile, Kerr, I understand your intentions. However, don't forget that you're no longer alone. Our child is in your stomach. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Kerr's bulging stomach. His eyes were filled with tenderness. Unfortunately, I, Duan Lingtian, am afraid that I won't have the chance to see my child. Also little Fei and the child in her stomach. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. He was filled with regret. However, he also knew that since things had already developed to this stage, even if he had extraordinary techniques, there was nothing he could do. Diju was just too powerful. Even if his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, was here, he was far from being a match for Diju. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr fell silent for a moment. Young Master Kerr understands. When Kerr saw the tenderness in Duan Lingtian's eyes, she had already made up her mind in her heart. As soon as the child was born, she would immediately commit suicide and chase after her young master in the netherworld. Now that her young master was no longer around, there was no longer any meaning for her to live in this world. When Duan Lingtian saw how sensible Kerr was, he heaved a sigh of relief. All of you can leave now. Take good care of Kerr for me. Duan Lingtian looked at Feng Wudao and the others as he said. Feng Wudao and the others didn't have the time to react when a burst of coldness suddenly came from high up in the sky. A bone-chilling coldness. You're actually pregnant with his child? An extremely cold voice descended from the sky. It was as though it could freeze the air. Who's there? Horror dawned on Diju's face. From the beginning until the end, he did not notice the presence of the person at all. He knew very well what this meant. The person's strength was not inferior to his. Whoosh! A bone-chilling cold wind blew past. Then, a figure covered in a black suit appeared in front of everyone. His devilish figure was full of seduction. However, although there were many men present, not many of them paid attention to this. Everyone was stunned by the aura of this masked woman in black. It's you! Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Qimei, you're following me? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be shocked to see Qimei here. However, when he came back to his senses, he guessed a few things. Furthermore, Qimei's words were clearly directed at Kerr. Her tone was full of reproach. Diju's expression changed again when he saw that Duan Lingtian actually knew this lady, who appeared out of thin air. However, when he noticed the strong hostility between Duan Lingtian and the woman, he realized that the woman was most likely not here to help Duan Lingtian. The moment he thought of this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of this woman, he was not willing to provoke her if it was not necessary. This was because she gave him a dangerous feeling. However, in the face of Duan Lingtian's questioning, Qimei ignored him. Instead, she looked at Kerr, who was looking at her in a daze. At the same time, she reached out her hand and took off the mask on her face, revealing a peerless beauty that could topple a nation. When Chi Mei's face was revealed before everyone's eyes, apart from Duan Ling Tian, everyone, including Kuer, was stunned. They were all shocked. This was because Chi Mei's face was almost exactly the same as Kuer's. Other than the difference in their auras, there was no difference in other characteristics. You. Who are you? When Kuer saw Chi Mei's face, she felt as though she was looking into a mirror. Looking at this lady who looked exactly the same as her, her voice began to tremble slightly. She did not know why, but when the woman in front of her had just appeared, and before she even revealed her face, she felt a sense of familiarity in her heart. That feeling was very strong, and even she did not know why she felt that way. Now that the woman had taken off her mask and revealed a face that was exactly the same as hers, Kuer realized that the woman in front of her might have some kind of connection with her that she did not know about in the past. I'm your elder sister. When facing Kuer, Chi Mei's frosty face could not help but show some gentleness. When she spoke to Kuer, her voice was much gentler. She really wanted to scold this long-lost sister of hers, but she did not know why. But when she faced her face to face, there was no other emotion in her heart other than tenderness. It was as though she had forgotten all her anger. Elder sister? When she heard Chi Mei's words, not only was Kuer stunned, but even Duan Lingtian was stunned. Since when did Kuer have an elder sister? Duan Lingtian looked at Kuer with a puzzled expression. He had never heard Kuer mention that she had an elder sister. When he saw the confusion on Kuer's face, he realized that even Kuer did not know she had an elder sister. Duan Lingtian did not doubt Chi Mei's words when she said she was Kuer's elder sister. After all, the two of them looked too similar. This was a characteristic that only twin sisters would have. Of course, nothing was absolute. There could be two people in the world who were not related by blood, but looked exactly the same. However, now that Chi Mei had said she was Kuer's elder sister, the matter was obviously not so simple. At this moment, Feng Wudao and the others could not help but look at Nangong and Chi Mei. They looked at Nangong and Chi Mei, then looked at Kuer and Chi Mei. They felt that it was very likely that the two of them were really twin sisters. Impossible. I don't have an elder sister. I only have a mother, but she's already dead. She died a long time ago. Kuer shook her head and was unwilling to believe Chi Mei. Even though she felt that Chi Mei was very amiable, she was unable to accept the fact that she had an elder sister that was still alive in this world. Although I don't know who the mother you're talking about is, I want to tell you that your and my biological mother is still alive and well. All these years, she has been thinking about you all the time. Chi Mei said to Kuer. Birth mother? Still alive and well? Kuer was stunned, completely stunned. She tried her best to not believe Chi Mei's words, but her heart could not help but believe Chi Mei. It was not only because Chi Mei looked exactly the same as her. It was more because she felt the blood connection between her and Chi Mei. Chi Mei caused her to feel a sense of closeness. All those years ago, you were taken away and disappeared without a trace. It wasn't just Master. Even Mother sent people to look for you. However, because of your special identity, even though they had been looking for you, they did not dare to make a big fuss about it. Chi Mei continued. All these years, they have never stopped looking for you. A few years ago, I also began to look for you based on the weak connection between you and me as twin sisters. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard, and I finally found you before they did. When Chi Mei said the word they in the last sentence, there was a hint of fear in her voice. Fortunately, I was the one who found you first. Otherwise, at this point, Chi Mei glanced at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with killing intent, as if she was about to devour him. This man had made her sister pregnant with his child. Didn't he know how dangerous this was for his sister? When he realized that Chi Mei might really be Kuer's sister, Duan Lingtian was happy for Kuer. At the same time, he was curious about Kuer's true identity. However, when he sensed the killing intent in Chi Mei's eyes, he could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. No matter what, he was still Chi Mei's brother-in-law. Why did Chi Mei look like she wanted to kill him? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Sister, come with me. I'll do my best to protect you. I won't let you come to any harm. Unlike the killing intent she had when she looked at Duan Lingtian, Chi Mei's tone was incomparably gentle when she looked at Kerr. It was as if she was a completely different person from before. Big sister. For some reason, Chi Mei's every move made Kerr feel incomparably close. At this point, even she did not know why she called out big sister so casually and naturally. It was as if she was not restrained at all. When she heard Kerr call her big sister, the last trace of coldness between Chi Mei's brows faded away. Big sister, I can go with you, but you have to bring young master and the others. After taking a deep breath, Kerr mustered up her courage and said to Chi Mei, Sister, I'm already giving face to you and the child in your womb by not killing him. It's absolutely impossible for me to save him. Chi Mei's tone was resolute, and there was no room for discussion. When she heard Chi Mei's words, Kerr's expression changed completely. Big sister, if you don't bring young master and the others with you, then I won't go either. Sigh. When she heard Kerr's words, Chi Mei sighed. She did not seem to have done anything, but Kerr fainted in the blink of an eye. Chi Mei caught her in time. Kerr. When Duan Lingtian saw this scene, his expression changed subconsciously. When he discovered that Kerr had only fainted, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Big sister, let me do this rough work. At this moment, the purple sparrow on Chi Mei's shoulder spoke. As soon as its voice left its mouth, it transformed into a purple-clad young lady and helped Chi Mei hold Kerr. Her actions were very attentive. It's her. When Duan Lingtian saw this purple-clad young lady, his eyes could not help but narrow. He was no stranger to this purple-clad young lady. She was the little grand aunt who had suddenly appeared after the Moon Illumination sect's hunting assessment had ended. She had beaten up Zhonghua, the vice sect leader, and followed them back to the Moon Illumination sect. As expected, she's related to Chi Mei. At this moment, many of Duan Lingtian's difficult questions were finally answered. The purple-clad young lady's appearance was indeed not a coincidence. Zier, let's go. After glancing at Duan Lingtian indifferently, Chi Mei called out to the purple-clad young lady and prepared to leave. Whoosh! Chapter 1534. Do you think you can stop me? Facing Duan Lingtian, who was blocking her way, Chi Mei's face was filled with disdain. Hey, it's better for you to get out of my way. With my strength, even 10 of me won't be a match for her. Perhaps Zier had a good impression of Duan Lingtian because of the purple clothes he wore. She supported the unconscious Ku'er and advised Duan Lingtian not to do anything. Diju, if you want to know how your son died, help me get my wife back. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew he could not stop Chi Mei, let alone Chi Mei. Even Zier, who was by her side, was not someone he could stop. Due to this reason, he immediately looked at Diju and said, Boy, there's no such condition in our agreement. Diju said with a gloomy expression. Then I'll add this condition now. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Taking a deep breath, Diju suppressed the anger in his heart. Then he looked at Chi Mei and asked in a deep voice, Who are you? Don't you think it's a little unreasonable for you to interfere and ruin my good deed? Although he was wary of Chi Mei, it did not mean he was afraid of her. Although he was suspected of being forced by Duan Lingtian to do something beyond his ability, he was very displeased with Chi Mei's sudden interference. I know you're a 5-clawed golden dragon. However, let alone you, even if your clan leader is here, he won't be able to stop me. Chi Mei glanced at Diju nonchalantly, as though she did not take him seriously at all. Everyone knows how to boast. I'd like to see how capable you are. Diju was not frightened by Chi Mei's words. He sneered as the golden robe on his body fluttered, and he was ready to attack Chi Mei. However, just as he was about to make a move, he didn't even have time to react before he felt an unparalleled pressure coming towards him. In an instant, it enveloped his entire body and destroyed the genuine chi that he had just mobilized. Bang! With a loud bang, Diju was sent flying and crashed hard on the mountain wall at the side of the valley, leaving a human-shaped pit on it. Wah! Under the horrified gazes of Duan Lingtian and the rest, Diju no longer looked as valiant as before when he came out of the human-shaped deep pit. The golden robe on his body was torn in many places, and he seemed to be in a sorry state. Feng Wudao and the others who had seen Diju fight before were dumbstruck. Was this golden-robed middle-aged man really the one who turned Half Moon Island into ruins? That person who could transform into a golden five-clawed divine dragon? He didn't see the woman who looked exactly like Kerr do anything, but the golden-robed middle-aged man was sent flying. Moreover, he seemed to have suffered a serious injury. Shua, shua, shua. When Feng Wudao and the others looked at Qi Mei again, their eyes were filled with shock and fear. Actually, it wasn't just Feng Wudao and the others. Even Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw the scene before him. Diju was actually injured to such an extent by Qi Mei's casual attack? Just how strong was Qi Mei? At once, Duan Lingtian felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. I know you dragons are very protective of your own. After you return to the dragons, you can tell your clan leader that the person who injured you is from Zoroastrianism. If he wants to take revenge, he can come to Zoroastrianism. Of course, the prerequisite is that he has the guts to do so. When Diju looked at Qi Mei with fear in his eyes, Qi Mei glanced at Diju nonchalantly and said, Zoroastrianism? Upon hearing Qi Mei's words, Diju was confused. It was apparent he had never heard of Zoroastrianism. As for you, originally, I wanted to kill you to settle this once and for all. However, considering my sister and the child in her stomach, I'll spare your life. However, you must know that you and her are from two different worlds. Qi Mei's gaze then landed on Duan Lingtian, as she said nonchalantly, on top of that, I'd like to remind you that it's best for you to completely forget about your past with her. Otherwise, what awaits you will be endless disaster. Of course, that's on the premise that you're still alive after today. When Qi Mei reached this point, she glanced at Diju again. I'll take my sister away. I won't interfere in the matter between you and him. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Diju's reply, she disappeared without a trace in just a blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that Qi Mei disappeared forever from the Mountainshade Black Market's branch in the Nine Sect Alliance's district. In the end, she was gradually forgotten. When Duan Lingtian regained his senses, the purple-clad girl brought along the unconscious Kerr, and disappeared without a trace as well. Naturally, Diju could still catch a glimpse of the purple-clad girl's figure when she left. Only then did he realize that even the little girl by the black-clad girl's side had a strength that was not inferior to his. Zoroastrianism? What kind of force is that? Diju's heart was filled with curiosity about this. He had already planned to return to the dragons and ask the clan leader about it after he had settled his son's matter. Kerr. Duan Lingtian, who regained his senses, felt a sharp pain in his heart. His fists were clenched tightly without him noticing. His fingernails pierced into his palms, causing blood to flow out continuously. However, he did not seem to feel anything at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt that he was so useless that he could not even protect his own woman. Not only could he not protect his own woman, but he could not even protect himself. Perhaps it's not a bad thing for Kerr to leave with her after all. When Duan Lingtian thought about how he was going to die in Diju's hands today, he who was completely disheartened seemed to have thought it through again. Based on Qi Mei's attitude toward Kerr, she would not treat Kerr badly. No matter what, Kerr was her twin sister. Boy, it's time to settle our matter now. Diju looked at Duan Lingtian, as his tone turned colder. It was as though he wanted to vent all the anger he had suffered from Qi Mei on Duan Lingtian. You better not play any tricks. Otherwise all of them will die. Diju's cold gaze swept across Feng Wudao, and the rest one by one. However, Feng Wudao and the rest were not afraid at all. At this moment, they were looking at Duan Lingtian, with a worried expression on their faces. Although they were not Duan Lingtian, they could guess that Duan Lingtian was not in a good mood at this moment. If they were in his shoes, perhaps they would have broken down long ago. Hulao, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't help you leave this planet. I sincerely hope that you'll be able to meet someone from Earth like me in the future. As long as he's recognized by the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he'll be able to help you leave this planet. Duan Lingtian secretly gasped as he communicated with Hulao, who was in the Seven Treasures exquisite pagoda. What happened? Hualao rarely observed the situation outside when he had nothing to do. When he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, he instantly realized that something was wrong. Duan Lingtian told him about his situation. He's too powerful. Even if I use all my techniques, it's impossible for me to be a match for him. Hualao, thank you for your help all this while. I'm sorry that I've disappointed you. This matter is indeed a little difficult to handle. However, it's not like there's no other way. However, this method requires him to cooperate. However, will he cooperate with you? Hualao pondered for a moment before he told Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, he told him about the method that he had thought of. Why didn't I think of this method? This method is feasible. Upon hearing Hualao's words, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted, as though he had seen a glimmer of hope. Naturally, he would not miss out on the opportunity to survive. Boy, didn't you hear what I said? Diju's tone was slightly impatient. If it was not for the fact that he wanted to know the truth behind his son's death, he would have attacked a long time ago. Follow me. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said to Diju. The moment his words left his mouth, he flew out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Feng Wu Dao and the rest. All of you, don't follow me. Just wait for me here. I'll be back as soon as possible. If I don't return within 3 days, all of you don't have to wait anymore. You can go wherever you want. Duan Lingtian added in the end as a precaution. Although he felt that the method was very confident, he did not dare to say that it was foolproof. What if Diju did not fall for it? When Feng Wu Dao and the rest heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission, a worried expression appeared on their faces. However, they did not go against Duan Lingtian's wishes and waited in the valley. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he has a way to escape? Qin Shaoshui was puzzled. I think so. However, based on the last sentence that he added, I don't think he's completely confident. Nangongyi nodded. A worried expression could be seen on his face. Young master will definitely return safely, Xiongquan said with red eyes. On the other side, Diju followed Duan Lingtian and flew to the eastern sea. After a while he said impatiently, Boy, where are you bringing me? Are you trying to play some tricks? What tricks can I play? Don't you want to know how your son Di Yong died? I'll bring you there now. I told your son about that place back then. It's also because of this that he used his blood essence as a reward to make a deal with me. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Diju began to believe him a little. What's that place? It's a very mysterious place. However, when I went in with him that time, I didn't dare to go any further and retreated in time. Now that I think about it, the reason why he said he wanted to leave Half Moon Island and go to the Dao Martial Saint Land was most probably just an excuse. Duan Lingtian said, I guess he must have gone to that place without telling me and wanted to take all the treasures there for himself. I suspect that he might have died there. Duan Lingtian's words were so flawless that Diju did not suspect anything at all. Soon after, under Duan Lingtian's lead, Diju arrived at the depths of the sea. They went deep into the sea until they reached the bottom of the sea. It doesn't seem to be here. Duan Lingtian walked forward for a while before he turned around and walked back the way he came from. Chapter 1535. I've only been here twice, and it's been 3 years since the last time I was here. It's normal for my memory to be a little fuzzy. Duan Lingtian casually answered Diju. After answering Diju, Duan Lingtian, who was walking forward for a while, suddenly exclaimed without any reason, That's right. It's here. Judging from his tone, it was as though he had discovered a new continent. Diju's attention was also successfully attracted by him. Diju saw Duan Lingtian walking to a group of seaweeds. Without any reason, he lifted his leg and stomped on the bottom of the sea. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, a shockwave that could be clearly seen in the water swept out from the center of Duan Lingtian's foot, causing the seawater to flow in all directions. It only calmed down after a while. However, Diju's attention was not on this commotion right now. His eyes were fixed on the distance where a gigantic pagoda appeared out of thin air. The moment it appeared, it shook the surrounding seawater. The seawater slapped on the true origin light shield on the surface of Diju's body and continued to flow away. However, Diju did not pay any attention to this at all. His eyes were completely attracted by the gigantic pagoda that appeared out of thin air in the distance. The gigantic pagoda was divided into 7 levels. It stood there like a gigantic beast. Most importantly, Diju could clearly sense the aura that filled the gigantic pagoda. This aura gave him an unfathomable feeling. It even caused him to tremble from the bottom of his heart for no reason. It's this pagoda. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated. Back then, Di Yong and I didn't dare to go deeper after we entered. However, even then, we still found many saint weapons that were inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions at the outer perimeter. The place we've been to seems to be the outer perimeter of this pagoda. We didn't go deeper. At that time, Di Yong told me that there might be more treasures inside. Duan Lingtian told Diju. Do you know the origin of this pagoda? Diju asked. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Not long after Di Yong and I entered, we discovered some ruins. All the signs pointed to the person who left this tower behind as Feng Qingyang. By the way, the signature he left behind seems to be something like Sword Sage. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he added, Feng Qingyang? Sword Saint? Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Diju's eyes narrowed right away as a horrified expression appeared on his face. Why you? Are you sure that person left behind this signature? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he asked with a puzzled expression, Could it be that you know him? In the face of Duan Lingtian's question, Diju did not reply. His emotions were surging as his eyes gleamed brilliantly, as he stared fixedly at the gigantic 7-story pagoda in the distance. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. It's actually a ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Rumor has it that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was once the strongest person in the Dao martial saint land. During his era, nobody from the 3 sects and 9 sects in the Dao martial saint land could withstand a single strike from him. At this moment, Diju's heart was beating extremely fast. He could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He did not find it strange that Duan Lingtian did not know about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. This was because even he had read about the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in some of the ancient books in the Dragon Clan. He knew that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was an extremely talented sword cultivator who stunned the entire Dao martial saint land for an era. Rumor had it that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had left behind some ruins in the Dao martial saint land for those who were fated to find them. Could this be the ruin left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the rumors? Diju stared at the gigantic 7-story pagoda with gleaming eyes like a hunter who had spotted his prey. Looks like he's heard of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang as well. When Duan Lingtian saw Diju's expression, he sighed in relief inwardly. As it turned out, he had made the right bet. Since Diju knew about Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's existence, it was likely that he would not be able to see through the trap he had set up. This trap was set up by Duan Lingtian at the last minute, after being reminded by Hua Lao. Speaking of which, this trap was very simple. It was to lure Diju into the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and let Hua Lao deal with him. Hua Lao's cultivation base had recovered a lot. Although it was still far from his prime, based on Hua Lao's tone, it was obvious that his current strength was not inferior to Diju. This scheme sounded simple, but when it was actually implemented, it was filled with difficulties. The most important thing was to make Diju believe his words, so that he would not resist the suction force of the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda and allow it to suck him in. As long as he was unwilling or vigilant, the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda would not be able to suck him in. If he did not enter the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda, this trap would fall apart on its own. Duan Lingtian's situation would be extremely dangerous again, or even more so, he would not be able to survive. When he was on the way here, Duan Lingtian had been thinking about how to make Diju believe his words, so that he would allow the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda to suck him in. For this reason, he even blurted out that Di Yong's death was related to the 7 Treasures exquisite pagoda. Not only that, He even said that there was a great treasure hidden in the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. All of this was to lure the enemy in. In order to make his words more convincing, he thought about it and brought up Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. He wanted to take a gamble and see if Diju had heard of him before. Now it seemed like he had made the right bet. Diju knew about the existence of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang as well. You said that you found many saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions in the outer perimeter when you entered the pagoda? Diju asked in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gleam in his eyes. Diju was very careful when he spoke. Although Duan Lingtian secretly cursed Diju for being so careful, he did not hesitate. With a raise of his hand, he took out the saint weapon that belonged to the Moon Illumination Sect's inner court elder, Zhaofeng, and passed it to Diju. This is the saint weapon that I obtained from inside. There's 1 3-star saint inscription and 2 2-star saint inscriptions on the saint weapon. Diju took the saint weapon that Duan Lingtian passed to him. After observing it for a moment, he nodded. There's indeed a 3-star saint inscription. However, did you really obtain this from the pagoda? Even though Duan Lingtian had proven it, Diju was still very careful. The dragons were a tribe that was suspicious by nature. As a 5-clawed golden dragon, Diju was also a member of the royal bloodline of the dragons. His suspicious nature was even more so than the other members of the dragons. Very few people could deceive him. I'm from the mortal continent. Do you think it's possible for me to obtain this saint weapon, inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions from somewhere else? Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian laughed at himself. Naturally, this was just a facade on the surface. His heart had already become slightly heavy. He really did not expect Diju to be so careful. Even though he had mentioned Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, Diju still did not believe him completely. From the beginning until the end, he had been very calm and careful. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew very well that he had to be even calmer at this moment. He could not be anxious at all. As soon as he exposed a flaw, he would lose everything. When Diju asked that question, his eyes were locked onto Duan Lingtian. He was observing the slight changes on Duan Lingtian's face. When he saw Duan Lingtian's self-deprecation did not seem to be fake, he secretly nodded his head. He had been on Half Moon Island for a long time, so he had already investigated Duan Lingtian's origin thoroughly. My cultivation base is all thanks to a kind of herb in this tower. At that time Di Yong and I both consumed that herb. Later on, my cultivation base improved tremendously, and so did Di Yong's. 3 years ago, after he consumed the herb, his cultivation base was already at the perfection saint rudiment stage. If he's still alive, he'd definitely be at the saint stage now. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, he sighed emotionally again. No wonder your cultivation base improved so quickly. After taking a deep look at Duan Lingtian, Diju could not help but have a hint of greed in his eyes. That miraculous herb tempted him. Perhaps it would be helpful to him as well. He had investigated Duan Lingtian's background thoroughly. He also knew that Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had not even broken through to the mortal shedding stage before he left Half Moon Island. 3 years ago, a mortal continent's martial cultivator, who had not broken through to the mortal shedding stage, had broken through to the perfection saint rudiment stage 3 years later. When Di Yong first saw Duan Lingtian, he was also in disbelief. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes, so he had no choice but to believe it. At that time, he had already guessed that Duan Lingtian might have obtained some kind of fortuitous encounter. Now it seemed like the 7-story giant tower was his fortuitous encounter. Right now, the suspicion in Diju's heart had lessened a lot. Of course, this was also because until now, Duan Lingtian had not revealed any flaws at all. Every sentence that Duan Lingtian said was just like pushing the boat along with the current. It was as if he was answering the questions in Diju's heart. Of course, Diju did not voice these questions out loud. Everything was just Duan Lingtian's speculation. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Diju were engaged in a battle without smoke. It was also a battle of wits. Unfortunately, although there are many kinds of herbs, Di Yong and I realized that only the first one would be effective. For this reason, we've even wasted more than 10 herbs. When I left with him, there were less than 10 stalks of herbs left. When Duan Lingtian saw the greed that flashed across Diju's eyes, he continued to push the boat along with the current. As expected, Diju's eyes lit up when he heard his words. He cursed in his heart, "Wastrel." When Diju first came to Half Moon Island, he had almost lost his mind and killed everyone on Half Moon Island just to vent his anger, so that a group of people would be buried with his son. However, he had calmed down in the end. When he realized that Feng Wu Dao and the rest had returned to Half Moon Island, he did not make a move on them. For almost a year, he had been patiently hiding and waiting at the side. At that time, he had also regained his rationality and was determined to find out the truth behind his son's death. Chapter 1536. Currently, Diju already believed 70% to 80% of Duan Lingtian's words. When he learned that his son had most likely died because of his greed by entering the pagoda, there was only sorrow in his heart. There was no hatred at all. After all, he could not possibly hate a pagoda, right? Yonger, don't tell me you're really so unlucky? If you didn't die and obtain Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, you'd definitely be able to return to the dragons in the shortest time possible with your strength that could crush all of the dragons. What a pity! What a pity! God is jealous of geniuses. God is jealous of geniuses. Diju cried out silently in his heart. He felt sad for his dead son, and felt that his son's death was too unjust. However, after confirming the cause of his son's death, he temporarily suppressed his sadness and stared at the 7-level pagoda in front of him with a burning gaze. A relic left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Apart from all kinds of treasures, such a miraculous relic must have his inheritance as well. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's strongest skill was his sword technique. If I, Diju, can obtain his sword technique inheritance, it'll be easy for me to roam freely in the Dao Martial Saint land in the future. When Diju thought about the possibility of obtaining Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's inheritance, he was inexplicably excited. At this moment, he had already tossed his son's death to the back of his mind. Perhaps when he realized that his son was not killed, his anger had already disappeared and was only left with a faint sadness. In the Dao Martial Saint land, the strong were revered and the fittest survived. When he found out that his son was not killed, he had already gotten over it. Moreover, there were more important things that he needed to be concerned about. How do we enter this pagoda? Diju asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. To enter this pagoda, we'll first have to set up a formation around it to separate the seawater. Then, we'll enter the area without seawater. When we get close to it, we'll be able to feel its suction force. At that time, it'll be fine as long as we don't resist it. If we resist it, we won't be able to enter. Duan Lingtian explained to Diju. Separate the seawater? Why is that so? Diju frowned, feeling puzzled. He could not help but feel puzzled, because this was just too strange. Could it be that the seawater could enter the tower? If we don't separate the seawater, we can still enter, but we'll be sent out immediately. According to Mai and De Yong's experiments, we can't let anything from the outside affect this tower, or the space inside will become unstable. Duan Lingtian added, You go in. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Diju fell silent for a moment before replying nonchalantly. Duan Lingtian was taken aback, unable to react for a moment. I'm letting you in, Diju said impatiently. When Duan Lingtian heard that, he took a deep look at Diju. While he sighed inwardly at how careful Diju was, he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda with just a thought. As soon as he entered the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Lingtian felt as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were swaying. He was directly sent out in a sorry state. Now the seawater was constantly pressing against the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, and the space inside was also very unstable. Duan Lingtian was not lying about this. Even if he really wanted to lure Diju in, he must first create an environment without any disturbance outside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Only then would Diju not be sent out immediately by the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hualao also needed time to make his move. Therefore, What he said earlier was to give Diju a heads up in advance, so that Diju would not be suspicious of his actions. When Diju saw the sorry state Duan Lingtian was in, he believed him a little more. Let me try. At the same time, Diju walked to the front of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, wanting to test it himself. Duan Lingtian controlled the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to suck Diju in with just a thought. However, Diju remained unmoved and did not enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He knew it was because Diju refused to enter the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. The current Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda did not have the ability to pull people in by force. As expected, this was also Diju's experiment to prove that Duan Lingtian was not lying earlier. Again, the moment Diju thought of this, he began to relax his body and allowed the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda to pull him in. At that instant when Diju's eyes flashed, he did not even have the time to react before he felt a pushing force landing on his body and pushing him out of the gigantic pagoda. This pushing force was vast and endless. It made him deeply feel how small he was. The uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his body. When Diju's eyes flashed again, he realized he had already returned to the outside of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I didn't lie to you, did I? Duan Lingtian glanced at Diju nonchalantly and shrugged. Diju snorted coldly and continued to ask, how did you and Diyong separate the seawater in the past? I used the inscription formation that belongs to the mortal continent to separate the seawater. However, that's because Diyong provided me with a huge amount of resources. That's why I was able to hold on for so long. If I set it up with the materials I have now, I won't be able to hold on for long. Duan Lingtian's words were flawless. Try setting it up with the materials you have on you first. I'll take a look at the situation inside first. At most, I'll come out first and set it up again after I found enough resources, Diju said. That's right. I heard that the Dao Martial Saint Land has Dao Talisman formations and Saint Inscription formations that are similar to the inscription formations in our mortal continent. Not only that, but the effect is even better. Duan Lingtian looked at Diju with a burning gaze. I'm not a Dao Talisman master, nor am I a Saint Inscription master. Diju's words greatly disappointed Duan Lingtian. At the same time, his heart could not help but clench. Initially, I planned to let Diju dig his own grave, if he's a Dao Talisman master, or a Saint Inscription master. However, it seems like I'll have to do it myself. Moreover, I can't use the Saint Inscription to set up the formation, so that he won't be suspicious. Currently, Duan Lingtian, who could already inscribe 2-star Saint Inscriptions, could naturally set up some shallow Saint Inscription formations as well. However, he could only set up the inscription formation, so that Diju would not be suspicious. At this time, he had to be careful with every step he took. He could not take any risks. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. With the materials I have, the inscription formation that I set up would only last for 10 breaths of time at most. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian told Diju, why don't we look for the materials that we need to set up the inscription formation first? The inscription formation that I set up with the materials I have would only last for 2 to 3 breaths of time at most. In order to get Diju to agree to look for the materials first, Duan Lingtian had reduced the time by a lot. However, Diju's words made his mood turn slightly gloomy. 2 to 3 breaths of time is enough. I just want to see the situation inside. I don't plan to go in now. These were Diju's original words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt like slapping himself. If he had known earlier, he would have said that he did not have the materials to set up the inscription formation. Now, he could only give Hualao 10 breaths of time. 10 breaths of time. I wonder if Hualao can kill him or not. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he asked Hualao. I've only roughly probed his strength. He's not much weaker than me now. I can only say that I can't guarantee that I'll be able to kill him in 10 breaths of time. However, I'll try my best to kill him and solve your current crisis for you. Hualao replied, how confident are you in killing him? Duan Lingtian asked. 50%. Hualao replied again. 50%. Duan Lingtian's thoughts changed abruptly. In the end, he clenched his teeth. I'll go all out. Wealth came from danger. Moreover, at this point, he no longer had any other choice. This was the only thing he could do. When I'm setting up the inscription formation, I'll need your help to push the seawater around the pagoda away. After we go in, the seawater will be supported by the inscription formation. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Diju. Diju nodded nonchalantly. Then, without any movement, the seawater that was pressuring the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was pushed far away. At this moment, the area around the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda no longer had a single drop of seawater. To Diju, pushing the seawater that had a strong water pressure at the bottom of the sea away seemed to be an insignificant task. The truth was indeed so. Let alone a saint stage powerhouse like Diju, even Duan Lingtian could push the seawater around him away with his cultivation base at the perfection saint rudiment stage using his true energy. It would not be a problem for him to maintain it for 10 days to half a month. If I'd known earlier, I would have prepared more materials to set up this kind of inscription formation. When Duan Lingtian began to set up the inscription formation, he felt a little regretful in his heart. However, the past him would never have thought that he would face such a situation one day in the future. I'll deal with whatever comes my way. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian calmed himself down. He calmed himself down and focused all his attention on setting up the inscription formation. He had to be in his best condition. Only then would he be able to perform better than usual. Perhaps he would be able to buy more time for Hualao. The time of 10 breaths was still too short. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had forgotten about the environment he was in. He had forgotten about everything else as he focused all his attention on setting up the inscription formation that he had not set up for a long time. Although he had not set up an inscription formation for a long time, due to the fact that saint inscriptions and inscriptions were similar, Duan Lingtian did not encounter any resistance when he set up the inscription formation. Everything went smoothly for him. Indeed, he was able to perform better than usual. This inscription formation should be able to last for the time of 10 breaths. It's one more breath than I expected. After setting up the inscription formation, Duan Lingtian nodded his head in satisfaction. Although the extra time of one more breath was just a blink of an eye, it would at least buy more time for Hualao to make his move on Diju. You're done setting it up. Chapter 1537. Yes. Upon hearing Diju's question, Duan Lingtian nodded his head. You go in first. I'll go in after you. Diju's eyes lit up as he said. Until now, he still maintained a cautious attitude and asked Duan Lingtian to go in first. If there was any danger, Duan Lingtian would be the first to encounter it, and Duan Lingtian would be the unlucky one. Duan Lingtian was almost numb to Diju's cautiousness. He responded nonchalantly and entered the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. The entire Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda was his, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Time passed by quietly. Since Diju was supporting the surrounding seawater, Duan Lingtian's inscription formation was not depleted at all. With Diju's strength, the surrounding seawater was no threat to him at all. It would not be a problem for him to continue like this for 8 to 10 years. After 15 minutes had passed, Diju frowned and thought to himself, "Don't tell me that boy has really met with misfortune?" The moment Diju thought of this, he recalled what Duan Lingtian had said before. He said that as long as there's any movement outside that affects this pagoda, those who enter will be sent out immediately. The moment Diju thought of this, he waved his hand casually. At once, a gust of wind blew past and swept towards the 7-story pagoda in front. Almost at the same time when the wind blew past, a wretched figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. The uncomfortable feeling spread throughout his body, but Duan Lingtian was not angry at all. Instead, he smirked secretly. Has he finally lost his cool? Naturally, he had stayed in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda for so long on purpose. He wanted to see if Diju could keep his cool or not. Why didn't you come out so late? Diju asked in a deep voice. I've encountered some situation inside. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. What's the situation? Diju asked. I discovered that someone had indeed entered it before because some of the saint weapons inscribed with 3-star saint inscriptions were missing. I remember those saint weapons were still there when Di Yong and I left. Duan Lingtian sighed. It seems that it's just as I guessed. Di Yong really did go inside later. Humph. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian mentioning Di Yong, Diju's face turned grave right away. After snorting coldly, he said nonchalantly, Follow me in. Upon hearing Diju's words, Duan Lingtian's heart stirred. However, he still tried his best to remain calm. As he looked at the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, he smiled wryly at Diju and said, Senior, why don't I help you hold the surrounding seawater from the outside while you go in alone? With me outside, you don't have to worry about being sent out in 2 or 3 breaths. What? Are you trying to escape when I go in? Diju smirked coldly. If that's the case, you can rest assured. After this incident, as long as you swear on the lightning penalty oath that you're not directly related to Di Yong's death, I won't make things difficult for you. I'm a 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragons. My identity is noble, so of course, I'm not an unreasonable person. Duan Lingtian scoffed at Diju's words. Not an unreasonable person? If he was not an unreasonable person, would he have killed so many people on Half Moon Island and turned it into ruins? Of course, Duan Lingtian did not say these words out loud. Currently, if he were to fight Diju head-on, it would be no different from throwing an egg at a rock. He was not impulsive to that extent. Senior, I don't think it's appropriate for me to swear on this oath, right? If Di Yong really died in this pagoda, then naturally, it's directly related to me. After all, it's because of me that he found out about the existence of this pagoda and went in. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Humph. Of course I've thought of this. It's easy to solve this problem. All you have to do is add some conditions when you swear on the lightning penalty oath. Diju snorted. Now follow me in. 2 to 3 breaths of time is enough for me to observe for a while. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not reject Diju anymore. This was because if he rejected him again, Diju would definitely be suspicious. This was not something he wanted to see. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian entered the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. At the same time, he controlled the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda to extend its suction force and suck Diju in as well. The moment Diju entered, the seawater outside seemed to have gone out of control as it surged toward the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. However, the seawater was blocked by the inscription formation that Duan Lingtian had set up. Of course, it was only an inscription formation after all. Not only that, the material was simple. Under the pressure of the seawater, the layer of light shield formed by the inscription formation gradually dimmed. Once the light shield was completely dimmed, it would be crushed by the seawater. At that time, no matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Diju, both of them would be sent out by the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda immediately. Walao, it's all up to you now. After entering the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian moved to the side. After a while he was blocked by a layer of fog. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could not see this layer of fog. However, Diju, who came in after him, realized that there was a layer of fog around him that completely blocked his vision. Boy, where are you? At the same time, Diju realized that Duan Lingtian had disappeared as well. Before he could even search for Duan Lingtian's whereabouts, a pressure that came out of nowhere caused his expression to change drastically. At the same time he shouted, "Who's there?" However, the person who came did not bother about him. A wave of vast rolling, peerless energy instantly passed through the fog and swept towards Diju. After all, he was a 5-clawed divine dragon among dragons. In a flash, Diju transformed into his true form. A 5-clawed golden dragon that was hundreds of meters long appeared. His dragon tail swept out at lightning speed and went head-on with the energy that made him feel pressured. Boom! When his dragon tail collided with the energy, Diju felt a tremor from his dragon tail to his entire body, causing his gigantic body to tremble uncontrollably. After a while, Diju saw the true face of the person who attacked. It was an old man dressed in a red robe. "Who are you?" Diju, whose vital energy and blood were rolling in his body, shouted with a grave expression when he saw the red-robed old man. The red-robed old man was naturally Hualao. When he saw Diju actually withstood his sneak attack, a hint of astonishment could be seen in his eyes. In the next second, a wisp of flame rose in each of his eyes. At that moment, Hualao's entire body was enveloped by a scorching flame. Unlike the usual red flames, this flame was golden in color. It was a golden flame. As the golden flame swayed, Hualao's true form, the three-legged golden crow, appeared before Diju's eyes. What kind of saint beast is this? Naturally, Diju could not recognize Hualao's true form. What a joke! Hualao's true form was the only three-legged golden crow in the world. There was no other three-legged golden crow in this world. Duan Lingtian stood behind the layers of fog. There was no fog in his sight. There was only a gigantic five-clawed golden dragon and a gigantic three-legged golden crow. There are still 9 breaths of time left. I hope Elder Hua can kill him in 9 breaths of time. Otherwise, I'll be the unlucky one. Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with anticipation and anxiety. The result of this battle would directly affect his life and death. Duan Lingtian could guess the reason why Hualao did not continue to attack after his attack was blocked by Diju. It must be because Hualao was searching for Diju's weakness, so that he could kill Diju in the shortest amount of time. Before he came in, he had already told Hualao that he only had 11 breaths of time. His life and death were crucial to Hualao. He believed that Hualao would not show any mercy. In just a blink of an eye, another breath of time had passed. At this moment, Hualao made his move. He took the lead to transform into a gush of golden flame. Like a burning cloud, he charged straight at Diju's true form, the 5-clawed golden dragon. Naturally, the speed of the golden flame was very fast. Duan Lingtian could only barely catch a trace of its afterimage. As for Diju's true form, its speed was also very fast. Duan Lingtian could not catch a glimpse of it with his eyes. Bang! 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 As Hualao made his move, a thunderous sound of air exploding resonated in the air. The sound of air exploding was so deafening that it made one's hair stand on end. Boom! 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 Along with the air exploding sound were waves of rolling air billows. The air billows were compressed into a shockwave that swept out in all directions. It enveloped Duan Lingtian as well, causing Duan Lingtian to retreat continuously. He was in a slightly sorry state. At the same time, Diju no longer spoke. Naturally, he wanted to speak. However, Hualao's attacks that were like a storm that suppressed him made him exhausted. At this moment, he could only hope that this strange tower would send him out as soon as possible. However, after 2 to 3 breaths of time, he realized that he was still not sent out. At that moment, endless rage rose in his heart. Damn it! That brat lied to me. At this moment, if he still could not figure out what was going on, then he would have lived for so many years in vain. However, although he was furious and wanted to grind Duan Lingtian into ashes, he knew that the most important thing right now was not to think about this. Instead, he had to deal with the crisis before him. Currently, Diju had unleashed all of his techniques and no longer held back. However, even then, he was still retreating in defeat in front of Hualao. Under Hualao's storm-like attacks, Diju, who was in an extremely passive position, only felt extremely oppressed. This kind of oppression also brought him panic. The moment the panic rose, it spread out and was difficult to suppress. Damn it! What kind of saint beast is this? It's not like I haven't seen the top super saint beasts in the Dao Martial Saint land before. But they're far from being as terrifying as this one. Judging by the true origin he displayed, his cultivation base is even lower than mine. However, the combat strength he displayed far surpasses mine. Diju was slightly exasperated. This won't do. If this continues, I'll definitely die in his hands in 10 breaths at most. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.